Jasper. Indeed, my friend. Friday night is a regular. Fridays and Sundays are regular. Saturday's possible at the minute because of the Big Clive and Scruff Dog situation. And especially as Scruff Dog said on Wednesday, he might only go short on Saturday because he's visiting friends. So Scruff Dog might not do a full long show. So I might go live either before Scruff Dog or after. Last weekend I did both. I think that was a bit silly. But yeah. Okay, folks. Thumbs up as you arrive if you could. Thumbs ups are always appreciated. It's been a week again, hasn't it? Oh, I got my hand in the way of the light. I'm trying to keep my head on the screen. I often find myself kind of sagging, or maybe I'll sit up straight and I'll move the view up, and then later on I'll just kind of slouch down a bit, and I'll spend half the program with kind of my chin on my mouth off the bottom of the screen. Tell me if I slouch. I want my head on the screen. I mean, that's why you're here, isn't it? To see me. Not sure if this might not be bright enough. That's too bright. We'll go for the middle. I think we'll go for the middle setting. I made a mistake today with my lamps. I had both of them out trying to charge from the sun, and I had them both pointing east for the morning sun, and I forgot to move them kind of upright for when the sun's overhead, lunchtime and beyond, kind of that whole kind of 11 o'clock, well, 3 or 4 o'clock. Yeah, I forgot. So they were left missing the sun most of today. But the other one isn't accepting a charge at the minute, which hopefully means it's fully charged. Either that or it's just got a real bad connection. I hope it's not that. We shall see. Let's give it another 30 seconds and I will do the intro on the 2 minutes 30 second mark. Quick swig of beer maybe. Cheers. Okay, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, your eponymous hero. Down and out in Torrevieja. Well, a down and out, someone who's homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, someone who lives rough, on the streets, or in my case, in a field. And what was the new one that I learnt this week? Was it a paraffin lamp tramp, Cockney rhyming slang? I think it was paraffin. I learnt that while watching an old UK programme set in a prison in the 70s. That's not what you called. So Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja, that's a city on the southeast coast of Spain in which I find myself kind of sort of trapped by circumstance. My bank say I'm not me, so I can't have my money. And in order to get my money, I have to go back to the UK. The police say, you're not leaving the country. Or at least on every attempt I've made, that's what they've said. And, yeah. So here I am, trapped. I've also got a dying dog, which doesn't help. I don't think she's dying as fast as I previously felt. She has stabilised. She was in decline, and I thought she had 2 or 3 weeks left, but that was about a month ago now, maybe a little bit more. I think she's got another month or maybe 2 left in her, until I just walked her just now, and she just wasn't there. The front legs were just, I literally was more or less, I'm carrying the back end and I'm picking the front end up by the neck, and I'm not just assisting her, I was more or less carrying her. I got a bit angry, I was shouting at her that she had to do her share and at least fucking put some effort in. Otherwise it's off to the vets. Okay, everyone's arriving. Let me just scroll back and check I haven't missed. Okay, folks. Also, live chat rather than top chat. Your chat settings. Change them now. Run around now. Above chat, there's either a cog or a burger bar, the 3 lines. lines, not lions. Click there and set to all messages are visible, or however it's worded. Let me run through who's here. Jasper, I think I've already said hello to. David Schofield, hello. Good evening, Tira and Mike, hope you're both well. I am, her less so, but there's not a lot we can do about that. Jasper's got lots of rain and lightning in Germany. Zami asks, how are things, Mike? I haven't bothered putting a tarp over my roof, which has got 3 of the 4 panels totally put through. So was it just before last weekend? Was it? We got 2 or 3 days where for an hour each afternoon it got really windy, and some small tears appeared one day. The next day the big tears, the little tears became big tears, and then in some panels it was the same day. Those just ripped and they're dangling down inside and they've fallen away. So I've just got the bones, I've just got the ribs of the tent. I was sat there on the bed one day this week and the sun was just baking down on me, and I ended up pinning one of my blankets up just to create some shade over the bedroom area. It's still hot, it's still stupid hot. I am still topless, folks, so when I do get up I will apologise for the man flesh on display. Hairy, flabby, you know, man boobs and big belly. There he goes, look, just to show the point, just to make the point. Yeah, things are okay. Good evening, DM, says Ismo, my friend. I had a little chat with Ismo, was that yesterday? He was with another friend, a mutual friend of ours. He was sat having I don't know if it was a beer or a lunch, but he was sat talking with a young lady that we both knew from 10 years ago now, nearly. Certainly 9.5. I think it'll be 10 years in the January or the February since I met. There was a whole group of them came over on holiday. She stayed permanently, and Ismo comes out for large swathes of the year, large parts of the year, and the others have kind of disappeared of the 4. They were swimming in the pool in February, I think. Much to the kind of consternation of the Spanish. They don't expect that. In fact, some places close their swimming pools. Some urbanizations, you're not allowed in the pool. Yeah, maybe this was a villa. I'm not sure what they were renting. But I've known these guys for 9.5 years now. Okay, folks, what kind of week have you all had? And how's the weather where you are? Ismo is currently in Torrevieja, so that's, I know how the weather is with him. How's Fulham, Zami? Jasper's already said lots of rain and lightning where he is. David's not far from here, so I know, roughly speaking, how his weather has been. I haven't had a single drop of rain in forever. Some other Josie was just here. Josie and Peter came and dropped off some food and stuff on their last day. They went home, and then later that day they were flying. So they went back to their apartment, and then they were flying back to Holland later that night. And they came and dropped some stuff off and said that they'd had 20 minutes of rain one night. I don't know how I would have felt about that with no roof. Would I have rushed out with the tarp and put it on in the dark? Would I have just let it happen, and then when the evaporation happens after it stops, because it's still 25, 26 degrees at night, it's going to evaporate. That's going to provide some sort of cooling, evaporative cooling, even within the tent. What we have had is a lot of dew, a lot of moisture. These hot days evaporate tons of water. The humidity goes up to like 96, 97%. You only need the temperature to drop a degree or 2 at night, and suddenly you've got dew and everything's wet through. And with no roof. It's all dripping in. It's all, when I get up in the morning, the top of my fridge freezer, my camping fridge freezer, is you know, it's got puddles of water on top. Not too happy water near electrics, but you know what I mean. I think it's built to be resilient to some extent. Most of like the air inlets and things are down low on the sides, so some water sitting on the plastic cover on top. Probably not a problem. Probably not a problem until it is. So yeah. Polish neighbour sold his house, 20k. I bought it for 20k. I told him don't sell it before 10 years. Now he will lose 10k. 20k to buy a house? I'm in the wrong country. Have you seen Baywatch Babes, Mike? You mean like lifeguards here in Torrevieja? Or do you mean something else? I mean, I was there in the 90s when Baywatch was a thing. Erika Releniak and then Pammy Anderson. Was it Carmen Electra? But no, there are people go to the beach here, and some of them walk past in bikinis and things. But it's not a great beach just here for that. Especially as you have to kind of walk down a fairly steep slope. Not really a cliff, but it is more of a slope. Well, there is a cliff that way, but you can actually walk sideways down it and towards a path. And somebody's got some stone steps from their villa going down, so you can cut across and then use their steps down to the beach. Well, down to the seashore, not a beach, no sand, on either of the two bays here. But people you do get, there are gangs of young ladies come past scantily clad. But I mean, look at me. Do I want to look like the dirty old lech with my white beard looking at what? Girls in their early 20s? Feels wrong. They look like children to me. And you've got that whole thing about guessing ages as well, haven't you? What if you get it wrong? What if they're just 3 or 4 years younger than you think they are? Sunday, 12 noon, Ismos picking up a lady and 2 dogs at the airport or taking them to the airport, one or the other. Maybe after that cold beer. Sunday, day after tomorrow. That'd be nice, as long as the weather's fine, which I'm out of the habit of checking weather forecasts, folks, because there's basically no point. I haven't silenced the bloody phone, have I? Let me go do that. What's it called and where does it hide? Do not disturb. There we go. Okay. You'll still hear the tablet plink and plonk, but I don't want people with headphones getting clobbered with sounds. The audience is quite low so far tonight. Nearly quarter of an hour in. Okay, it just went from 8 viewers to 6. That's okay, folks. Am I boring you that much? I was asking you about your week and nobody's really answered. German laws, if you buy a house and keep it for 10 years, you keep all money. If you sell, you keep all the money. If you sell under 10 years, you lose a lot. It's a tax, or like a capital gains tax or something. Okay. I remember when there used to be a lot of Germans out here, and then Germany introduced a tax on foreign holiday homes, and all the Germans left to avoid what must have been quite a heavy tax, because literally they went from being one of the biggest contingents in the mid-90s. They went from being one of the biggest contingents to there being almost no Germans here. Swedish, Norwegian, it used to be English, Irish, Swedish and Norwegian, some Finns and some Danes. Now it's all Ukrainians and Russians. I'm not sure in what order those two are. Those are the top two. If you hear random people walk by now, you're hearing one of those languages. I can't tell them apart. But yeah, you don't hear so many. You don't stumble across English too often now. Since Brexit, the 90-day rule, 90 days out of 180, I think it's too complicated for most people to follow. So they're probably just going to other places, maybe outside the EU, or maybe countries that are just more relaxed about applying it. Yeah. I think I'm up to date with all your messages, folks. Nobody's talking to me. Hit the thumbs up if you haven't already. I think I introduced the channel before. I didn't introduce the program. So I said about the channel, Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. The program you're watching is a TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast, where I would detail 7 days in the life of inglorious Technicolor. I mean, I'd go on for 3-4 hours sometimes, just about 7 days, detailing what I did at what point in each day, and who visited, and what I got, and who brought me what. That kind of fell out. I fell behind and didn't know how to catch up. And so now we just do this. I go live. I don't have much happen in life now. I used to be able to get out. I used to be able to tell you about how I'd gone for a walk to here or there, or tell you about Torre del Morro up on the top of the hill, tell you about the other side of Torrevieja. We used to walk long ways. So I had something to talk about. Disabled dog, very much just trapped in this field. Pretty much trapped in the tent during summer. I can't come outside during the day, it's too hot. Between 10 in the morning and 4 or 5 at night, it's too hot. I'll come out and walk the dog somewhere. I'll do it early in the morning, let's say 7, and then again somewhere between 11 and 12, and I'll sweat my bits off. Then I get back in the tent and I'm absolutely wet through. When I get up a couple of hours later, and I look back at the bed, you can see the outline of where I was laying because of the sweat, the wetness. Karen's in the house. Hello everyone, happy Friday, Karen. Are you in tonight, or are you on your way somewhere else? Is this a flying visit? It's to stop people buying properties to sell quickly, says it's just jumping like crazy on that bottom. And even putting my finger on them isn't stopping it. Hold on. It's to stop people buying properties to sell quickly, and they end up making everything too expensive, and other buyers wait 10 years. Hold on. Making it too expensive for other buyers. I think that's a full stop. Wait 10 years, keep all your money, sell too early, lose half, plus lose more of what you invested. Hannah says, good evening, Mike and Tina. How are you both doing? A question I've answered 2 or 3 times already. I'm fine. I thought Tina was fine, that we just went for a walk and her front legs just weren't there. I don't know if that's because she's laid down too much today. Her front legs they just weren't there. To get her out of the tent before she started peeing, I had to pick both, and I had to pick her up off the ground by the belt around her waist and by the lead tied to her collar. I'm literally picking her up off the ground, otherwise she's going to piss inside the tent, and I don't want that. We get enough problems with flies as it is. How's the tablet? Well, so was it Friday or Sunday? That one of the days last week, wasn't it, that I dropped it, and I've got that bullet, that fragmentation, that kind of spider's web. And then one day it dropped. I'd put it down on one of the EcoFlows. So my two EcoFlows sit one atop the other. And sometimes I put the tablet on top, but sometimes they're not level. And it slid off and it fell about 1 foot onto the ground. And it's kind of exaggerated. It hasn't added extra cracks, but the ones that were there and that were hairline are now a little bit more visible. But it's still fully functional. It'll withstand another one more big drop. Like if I'm walking around and I dropped it, I think that would be it. It would lose sensitivity and touch. I've still got my old tablet. I've got another tablet somewhere that was given to me. I think I'm all right. I'm all right. It's a little bit off. That's my data connection. The phone is just connected to the hotspot from the tablet. Yeah. It's not going to last forever, but it's my own fault. I dropped it. I dropped it while coming out of the far side of the tent to come around here and talk to you guys. Can you get a cover for the tablet? I've no idea. I wouldn't know where. I don't know whether they're any good. And applying them is always, in the best of times, applying a screen protector, you mean, yeah? Applying screen protectors and getting those little air bubbles and things under, that's always more fidgety than anyone tells you. I've had people tell me, oh, I'm an expert at it, so you let them do it, and it comes back as a fucking... What's that frog spawn at school? Not semolina, the other one. Sago, tapioca, one of those two. Your screen comes back looking like that, and you think, God, you're the expert. I could have done fucking better. And there's always the chance that if you're putting a cover on and you try to kind of reposition it, you could be pulling the glass back. So you have to do it in a single go. Bubble wrap, lol. Yeah, that might do. That might do. Yeah. Jasper, I'm fed up with my house. I hit my head again. Why's that? Are you a very tall bloke and the house is a very small house? Or is this just a balance issue? Did anyone drop off some puppy pads? No, I don't believe so. Josie dropped some stuff off. I haven't fully gone through all the bags yet, to be fair. I think it's just 2 bags, but 2 bags and more. Have I said, the last time Josie was here, they dropped off a bag of dog food, like a big sack, the 20 kilogram thing, just after I'd bought one. It's always the way. So I'd acquired one, then Josie dropped, so I had 2. I'm 2/3 of the way down the first one, so I've still got a full sack of dog food, and they've just dropped off another one. Tina's not going to be here that long. We're probably going to be passing along a full sack of dog food to somebody at some point. I would imagine. I can't be sure. You know how my guess of timing was off 3 or 4 weeks ago. But based on tonight's performance, with her having no front legs at all. Low door frames, okay. Just scrolling back in case I've missed anything. Just had a chicken dinner, said Karen. Chicken and banana, says Jasper. That wouldn't be a usual combination that I'm aware of. Banana skin in curry, that's a thing. Banana skin is edible, folks. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. It's used in Asian cooking. There's discussion about whether you scrape away that white stuff on the inside. Some people say yes, some say no. I think it's just those stringier bits that cling to the banana. You know, you get like veins down the side of the banana. I think it's those that are the acrid. I don't think the normal white stuff on the inside of the peel is the problem. But those those more stringy bits that cling to the banana, I think those are more acrid. So Wary Wolf did a curry, and he put banana skin in. He kind of went in a second time to chop them up smaller. He thought when he initially put them in fairly chunky sizes, and later on he thought they're going to be too big. He just got a pair of scissors and went around the pan and chopped things up a bit more. But yeah, good way of padding out in these economically depressed times. It's a good way. If you're buying bananas and you're throwing away like half the weight of the banana straight in the bin, it's a good way of padding out, especially curries. You could probably try it with a stew or something. I don't know, but yeah, why not? Where are we going and why are we talking? Okay, that was because that was Jasper who said chicken and banana in response to Karen's chicken dinner. When you say chicken dinner, Karen, are you talking about like a Sunday roast? Can you get? Okay, I'm scrolling forward. I need a crash helmet for my house. Okay, Karen's off. She's gonna bob back in later. Any idea why the audience is so low tonight? Only got 7. Have I offended everybody last weekend, maybe? I did Friday, Saturday and Sunday, didn't I? Was it overkill, maybe? That's always possible. Do you eat a lot of curry? I eat a lot of one-pot meals when it's not summer. Between May and the end of August, I don't cook much at all. Although I cooked a couple of times this week because I bought rabbit last weekend. So I've done a couple of rabbit stews. I've maybe kept the second half of the rabbit a little bit too long. It's a little bit gamey at the end. Not bad, not nasty, not mouldy or anything, but it did just have a bit of a slightly more. I mean, it's kind of like a gamey chicken anyway, isn't it? Some people say it just tastes of chicken. That's not right. It is a darker meat. I guess it's like the dark meat on chicken. What's that, like the thighs and things. But yeah, I've actually, technically, there's still some in the pan, but it's been a hot day, and I cooked it last night, had a portion last night, had a portion this morning. The little remnants have stayed in the pan today. It's been a hot day. I'm not sure. I should have put some in I should have put the rest in Tupperware and put in the fridge. But my fridge is chock-a-block full. So that didn't happen. So tomorrow morning, I might like reheat it really hot in case anything has, not just warm it, because that's no good if it has got any kind of nastiness to it. If you heat things above 60 or 70 degrees C, you kill almost everything. Almost everything. So I might do that. Oh, it was so long since I last used the gas ring. Both of my lighters have rusted in my pockets. Everything in my pockets rusts. It's just the sweat and the general fucking... Yeah. Like that 12 volt, the cigarette lighter adapter, cigarette lighter to USB that rusted. I spent ages scraping the rust off the negative connections and the positive connection. I haven't tried it since I did that, but I should try that. If that doesn't work, I'll have to get some sandpaper and have a proper go. Zap Sparky, hello sir. Hold on. Chicken, banana, banana, banana. It says Jasper for some reason. I've no idea why. Zapped Sparky. I assume, I've never asked, but I assume you are an actual electrician, yeah? Croc Turnbull fingering video. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. He's done a few funny ones lately. I do like Croc Turnbull. What? That kid definitely had, like, what would you say, Asperger's, or he's on the autistic spectrum somewhere, isn't he? I don't know what it was meant to be talking about. He was talking about when fingering, whether you put your thumb here or out there, and if you're a professional, you have it. I'm sure he's like talking about a musical instrument or something. I don't think he was talking about what we all assume he's talking about, but I don't know. I've got no fucking clue. I need context. I mean, the kid, it seemed a bit cruel, really, to take the piss out of someone who I would say was mentally, what's a polite term? Mentally, well, back in the day we would have said retarded. In a true sense, like backwards, the development is stalled. He's not where he should be. But you're not allowed to say retarded anymore. So obviously I say retarded because I don't want to be told I can't say retarded. Now the guy is clearly not quite all there. It's a sandwich short of a picnic, and many other similar euphemisms. A chip short of a butty. Yeah. You ever try Bombay duck? That's the fish, isn't it? I get you guys trying to catch me out with this one all the time. Bombay duck is so named because of a mistranslation of the name of a train between two places in India that were carrying the fish. I don't know why people try and catch me out with this one every now and again. It's a trick question. It's a dried fish that used in curries for flavouring. Yeah, I knew that. Well, I didn't know. I didn't remember that it was dried, but I remember that, and I also remember why it's called a Bombay duck. The duck part is a mistranslation of an Indian word for train. So it's the Bombay train that carried it. You should go on Who's a Millionaire. Yeah, I should. I used to love 15 to 1. I thought 15 to 1 was the superior quiz show once upon a time because they didn't mess about. Oh, how's your wife? Who's this? What's that? How's the family? There's none of that. I don't want to know your backstory. Just answer the fucking questions. Question. Billy G. Stewart, R.I.P. Believe he's dead. Did you know that Billy G. Stewart was one of the people that brought The Price is Right to the UK? So it was originally an American format. So this is the thing about any quiz show. When you make a new quiz show from scratch, you patent or copyright, whichever it is, the formula, the format. And then you sell that, you license that format to other countries. And that's where you make the most of your money. So when they invented Who Wants to Be a Millionaire here, sorry, I say here because I'm British. When they invented Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in the UK, they sold the format to America and made far more money. And it's the same with, what's the dancing thing? In America it's called Dancing with Stars. Strictly Come Dancing, and in the UK, and Britain's Got Talent. You patent the format and you sell that abroad, and when you sell it you can put stipulations on it, which is how Simon Cowell got a seat on the panel in America, even though nobody knew who the fuck he was. So yeah. Anyway, I've gone off on one and I don't know why. Rob B, I saw you'd uploaded a video earlier, my friend. I was in the middle of something. I didn't get a chance to watch, but I will return to it later. I will watch your usual banging output. It's not always my kind of music, and I don't really understand the whole scratching and all of that you do with the different volumes and switching between one deck and another. It's all very clever. I can't follow it. I don't know what I'm listening to, but it's very clever. So I do give you a good listen. I don't always get all the way through, but I give them a good go. Is that nope? Just an amateur tinkerer. Got called Sparky by my dad. I did the zap to it after a nip from a charged capacitor. Oh, charged capacitors will do it. Give it all out in one go. You can get the same effect by touching the live and neutral pin on a plug socket after unplugging something with capacitors. Televisions and microwaves, I believe, can be deadly. Whatever you do, folks, don't unplug a television or a microwave, and don't touch those two prongs after you've unplugged it. You got to give it a day or so to discharge, maybe more. Though some devices can be deadly. What's that show with Bradley Walsh? Was that The Chase? With Bradley Walsh, maybe. There's too much faffing about. I don't want any games and gambling and what was the one was called something like Drop Your Balls or something with Jasper Carrot. Too much question. 15 to 1 was the ultimate quiz show. It really was. You introduce 50, you just get the names of 15 contestants. Hello, I'm Clive from the Isle of Wight or whatever. And then next person says then, bang, 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 bang. Okay, let's go, round one. Woof. And we're off. And everyone, what was the first round? Everyone got 3 questions. You start with 3 lives. Everyone got 3 questions. And every question wrong, you lose a life. When you're down to 0, you're out. And then it's just 1 question each in order. And then there's a nominate. You get a question, you nominate the next person, you try and knock them out. And yeah. If they get the question wrong, it's back to you to nominate another person. If they get a question right, they get to nominate, and they're going to come back at you. It's a good program. 15 to 1 was the bee's knees. See, programs like Blankety Blank are allegedly quiz shows, but they spend more time yapping. Bullseye was kind of the same. The darts and the quiz. Plus a lot of yapping. Where are you from? Oh, how's the white? Oh, this town, that town. Oh, and then a joke about that town. Too much faff. And then look at what you could have won. You live in Barnsley and now you own a fucking speedboat. Just, what the fuck are you gonna do with that shit? Blockbusters. I'll have a pee, please, Bob. I loved Blockbusters. It was good, yeah. It had some gameplay, but they didn't mess about with it too much. You had to make a line across a board, starting one side, get to the other, complete a line. And each question was lettered. And yeah. And depending what path you want to take, yeah. You pick up, and there were hexagons, and so you could kind of go off up or off down, and you made a choice of letter that got you a different question, and then you went for it. Quiz shows, I love them. Blockbusters gives a P, Bob, it does. And then there was that myth that he played saxophone on, what was the song called? Congrats, you've won a boat. Yeah, or even worse, look at what you could have won if you didn't win. But yeah, there's 2 people and they've won a speedboat between them. And they live in the middle of the Scottish Highlands or something. And you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that? No, not Field of Gold. Oh, the Golden Shot. That's another quiz show. I don't remember that one. We're just going to sit here now all night, reminisce. I've been watching a lot of old TV, folks. I found a channel called Forgotten British Television. If you look for the address, it's forgotten, or is it a hyphen or an underscore? Forgotten hyphen British hyphen television. But if you just search for that on YouTube, and they've got whole series, some of them in their entirety, some they're still uploading. But I scroll through the playlist, so each program gets its own playlist so that you can watch everything from start to finish. And I couldn't get to the. I was doom scrolling. I could not get to the bottom of the fucking list of playlists. So much stuff there. They haven't licensed any of it. They just upload it and say, like, BBC, ITV, please forgive us. We're not doing this to make money. We're just fans and we just want people to have access to these shows. And so far, they're not getting copyright struck. Maybe they're getting copyright claimed. Maybe BBC and ITV are getting the advertising money, but these are people who are just fans of all of these programs. I watched a 3-season series the other day. See, I've adopted the American terminology. What was it called? So Haunt Me. I think it was called So Haunt Me. These people move into, they have to downsize. They're hit hard times and they have to move into a smaller house. Husband, wife, and 3 kids. And the house is haunted by a Jewish woman, an old Jewish woman. And the lady of the house can see the ghost. And I really enjoyed it. It was the guy, if you remember Rita Sue and Bob 2, it was Bob. And the wife was Del Boy's girlfriend in Trotters. Only Fools and Horses. I got there. I had to give myself a clue. I got there. See, George, not Constanza, George, it's a Greek sounding name. Anyway, yeah, I really enjoyed that. I watched all 3 seasons. Again, Americanism. I watched all 3 series of that program in one day. About 18 or 9, I think it was 19 episodes. There was a Christmas special after the first season. So yeah. Scrolling. Chesapeake Jones, it was, yeah. And George Papadopoulos. That's not right, that's me being racist. Again. Will all these Moroccans come to Torrevieja now? Word is, they've been turned back. They arrived, they got on the beaches, they climbed up onto the street, and the locals all just shunned them. They were expecting to just be given houses and stuff. Or to be put on boats straight across to Spain. And when they stood there for half a day and were just like laughed at, a lot of them just went back. Something like 2/3 according to reports I've heard lately. If it was me, there would have been fucking machine gun turrets on the top of the border. One strafe in front of them as they're coming along, and they'll turn around and go back, and the rest won't come. You don't have to risk many lives. I mean, I'm not bothered if the first line gets shot. That would have been my answer. If you break through the border of a country, you're an invader. You are the hordes. Whether you've got, like, swords, bows and arrows, whatever, in your hand at the time, or whether you're... Did you see how ill prepared most of them were? They didn't even have, like, a bag of clothes or anything with them. Some of them didn't even have t-shirts with them. They've just come, they've heard it's happening, and they've jumped on the boat or jumped in the sea, and away they go. All male, almost entirely male. I saw one lad who looked about 12 or 13, but mainly it's that thing about fighting age males, isn't it? My understanding is that Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister technically president of government, but not president of the country. President of the Council of Government or something, his official title. We translate that as Prime Minister. He was reluctant to send in the army. He was slow to do so, but they have now sent some over there. And I guess things will stabilise. I want to see machine gun towers on the top of the fucking, you know. Why not? Just the visible deterrent would stop that shit happening. Was it 50,000 they said came over? That was the estimate. But I've seen estimates that say 2/3 of them have gone back voluntarily. What's your opinion on the paranormal, asks Rob B. Not a big believer. I'm a man of science. Don't really believe in ghosts and goblins and things. I did once, no, well, more than once. I had that thing where I was lying, so this was in my mum's, in my mum's house. She's dead, but I was in the house. I'm lying there, I'm asleep, but the TV's on, like the TV's kind of opposite. So if you were sat in the chair, you could watch it. But I was laid down with my head on the arm of the armchair, at a bit of an awkward angle. It had to be said. I had a bit of a crick in my neck and stuff. But I got, with my eyes closed, I got this sensation of brightness, and I had that paralysis thing that you get when you're asleep. When you've been dreaming, your body kind of sort of paralyzes, so that when you dream you're running, you get these minimal leg movements instead of big movements. You're not punching the wall. Your arms, you're twitching rather than. So I was in, but I'd woken up and my body was still paralyzed. I had that. I can understand how some people could see that as a paranormal thing, as a ghost thing, as a UFO thing, because of this brightness. I didn't just see it, I kind of felt it in my head, left side towards the back, I think. I felt it. It's the sort of thing where people would, and I thought something was moving in the room. I did think something was moving in the room, but I'd read about this sleep paralysis thing, and how occasionally you can wake up and still be paralyzed and get these weird sensations. So I'd read about it, so I wasn't worried about it. I dismiss it out of hand because science. So I'm not a big believer in anything. If it was real, it'd be normal, not paranormal. Pretty much. The same with what's the word for the medicine that's not medicine? Not holistic. There's a generic term for everything from fucking pinpricks to what's the generic term? Something medicine, not homeopathy. That's a specific thing. What's the term? I'm not going to get there. Scroll at the bottom. Only if you see the hat man or shadow people. Well, this is a thing, yeah. The sleep paralysis thing. Shadow. I'd never heard of the shadow people, and then I read one of the books that I'd picked up when I used to do my rounds around the bins was talking about them. There was this detective, and he was often mixing with them, seeing them, and it kind of ruined the book for me. I got about halfway through before it became clear that this was like a supernatural pseudo-horror thriller rather than just a thriller. I was wanting to see who did the crime, and the book ends with the criminal being dragged down into the underworld by the shadow, I don't know, the shadows, the shadow people, whatever. Not my thing. I also need this turbo Bombay duck. Bombay duck sounds like rhyming slang, it does. It's because the EU rolls out the red carpet, said Stone's done. There's certainly an element of that, isn't there? why did Spain not have more defences there? Why is there not a permanent kind of garrison or something set up there? Like I said, machine gun towers. Boats. You know, patrols to detect when it's happening. It's for so many to happen on one day. It's been coordinated by someone. Now, whether that's by people traffickers, people selling dinghies, people manning dinghies, I've no idea. Whether the Moroccan government are implicit in it, which is a theory going around. I heard theories it was all down to Donald Trump and the Jews. I don't know how you get there. I don't see what the Jews get to gain by having Abdul invade Europe. I don't know how. That just seems too off the wall. So yeah. Also give them nothing. When they're getting nothing and no asylum, they'll stop coming. Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is what's happened today. They've arrived in Ceuta. We can argue about the pronunciation of the place. Ceuta. The whole C thing with Spanish is kind of regional. You'll hear 20 different pronunciations if you ask 20 different people. But yeah. Bombay Duck sounds like some kamikaze war duck. I'm working backwards now because I jumped to the bottom in case anybody got me. It's like alternative medicine. Fuck. I had to give myself the clues. I bet none of you have told me, have you? And no, it's not homeopathy is a specific thing. That's the watered down water. So like if you have a nettle sting, you put some nettle in water. And then you water down the water. You put you get a litre of water and you put one drop of the water that you have a litre of water and you put a nettle leaf in, and then you take the nettle leaf out and you take one drop of that water and you put it into a new litre of water and you mix it, and then you take one drop of that water and put it into a different. By the time you've done this about 6 times, there's not a single molecule that ever went anywhere near that nettle leaf. That's kind of all total bullshit. It was called the memory of water, wasn't it? The theory of why it would work, but it's like cures like. Not a Boots the apothecary. God, I can't even say it tonight. Normally I can say apothecary. Boots the chemist, as they call themselves. But when you walk around their shelves and you see so much bullshit there, including all of the makeup stuff. Ladies, all those youth creams and serums, they're all bullshit. Some of them like fill your pores and make you more likely to get spots and more likely to get other stuff go bad. And they plump your skin up for a little while, but make it worse overall. All of that health and makeup, most of it's bogus. They have a homeopathy section. I mean, for fuck's sake. Alternative medicine, yeah. That's the generic umbrella term I was going for. Cover all of those things. Homeopathy is one thing under that umbrella. Along with acupuncture, hypnotism. Fuck knows. There's a whole raft. Now, some of these things are like 5,000 years old and oh, they come from China and they know a thing or two. The Chinese are still eating fucking tiger cock to give them, you know, fertility or whatever. Rhino horn. How many rhinos have been killed because of the Chinese wanting fucking powdered rhino horn? Do you know a rhino's horn is just hair? I think that's right. Shall we check? I don't want to be telling you bullshit. I'm pretty sure a rhino horn is hair. Oh, I need to turn the brightness down on that. Hold on. Brightness down. Now log in. You all know the pin by now, yeah? 9939. I've said it out loud accidentally enough times, I might as well just read it out when I type it now. Rhino horn is hair? Question mark. Not strictly hair, but it's made of keratin, which is the same protein found in hair, fingernails and horse hooves. Okay. Opinions on Reddit are mixed. Some users describe the horn as tightly packed hair glued together by skin oils. Others clarify it as a solid keratin structure. Close enough. It's hair. Or hair stuff. Cheers, folks. Oh, we're on 55, are we? Okay. Oh, my beer's warm. I left it too. I haven't had it that long. I got it just before we went live. But I did allow the... Let me check that, actually. I did allow the freezer to run a little warm. I disconnected solar panels to move them across the field to top up. Let me just check where I am with that. They both did well, actually. They both ended up on like 80 or 90 percent. Both of them. That's not between them, that's each. Okay, I must have left the fridge running because, yeah, look, hold on. Let's turn the fridge off. It's now down to 40 odd percent. It's running at 3 degrees C now though, so that's better. Turn off your bugger. Okay, I heard the plink. So we are currently on 82 on 1 and 45. I've burnt half of my power just in an hour of running the fridge. Half of the power of one of the EcoFlows. Still struggling for power, folks. I have not run my fan once this week. I have not had enough spare power to run my fan. I certainly haven't run the slow cooker. Whereas if both of these panels were working at full force, I'd have 200 watts coming in. I would have more power than I knew what to do with. I'd be running the fridge, the fan and the slow cooker whenever I wanted. These panels have been an absolute disaster. I'm still thinking, because I'm not the one who purchased them directly. Karen got them for me and I sent her the money. It would be Karen that would have to initiate a return. And in the meantime, I would be panelless. I don't know. I still think I'm going to have to. I still think I'm going to have to buy another panel, a proper one. Russia is doing it to make NATO bankrupt, says Jasper. We're getting into politics again, aren't we? Alternative medicine, yeah. What's the channel called? I think it's the other way around. Forgotten British TV. I think. I can check that for you. What's my easiest way? I can probably just go into my, because I'm subscribed, I can probably just go into my alerts, notifications, whatever they're called, on YouTube. Oh, I did get in a bit of an argument before with some people, so I've got a lot of responses in my notifications. Hold on. There's a lot of people disagreeing with me. Scrolling. I might have to go look directly. Oh, I'll tell you what I can do. I can just look at my history. Oh, Forgotten British TV. Hold on. I'm going to click. No. Alright, if you're looking for if you want to just type it in normally, Forgotten British TV with spaces. If you want to search for the full address, @forgotten-british-tv. It is hyphens rather than underscores. So many, honestly folks, TV. 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. There's the odd 90s thing as well, like I was saying before about That So Haunt Me. It's so much better than modern TV. There's no preachiness. There's no, this is my platform, I'm gonna, the writer building in themes of, I guess there's a little bit. I watched something called Solo earlier. I watched the first episode with Good Life, female, Rosemary and Thyme. Anyway, yeah, there was a little bit of women's lib, feminism. I want to live my own life. I want to be separate. I don't need no man. There's a little bit of that, but that was more. That was in the story because her boyfriend had cheated on her and she split up from him. And then her mum was saying, "Hey, you want to be more traditional? Back in my day, we kind of worshipped our men and backed them." And so I guess it touched on elements of it, but it wasn't like. That was part of the story. It wasn't just messaging for the sake of messaging. It was just so much better. It was just, I've enjoyed, this week I've watched so much stuff. I was watching a thing today, it was called the XYY Man. And it's actually, it actually introduces the character Bullman. If you remember Bullman from all that, he was in 3 or 4 different TV spin-offs in the end. The character was so good, but he wasn't the main character. He was a secondary character. He's a policeman, but there was a criminal released from prison, and Stephen Yardley, if any of you remember Howard's Way, he was Ken Masters. Fuck, I'm remembering shit now from way back, aren't I? He played Ken Masters in that, but this is like 20 years earlier, and he had more hair. I guess as younger people do. The YX, did I say YKK? YXX. I'm not sure if I said it right before. Isn't YKK, isn't that a zip company? YXX. So that's a male with an extra X chromosome. He has 3 chromosomes rather than 2. Which apparently there's a theory that makes him more likely towards criminality. Sounds like bogus bullshit, but it was a theory, and they ran with it in this program and then tried to make him into a criminal. There's spying stuff and things involved. It all gets. This channel has the complete series of Callan uploaded. If anybody likes Callan, Ewa Woowa. If anyone remembers Edward Woodward without the D's, Ewa Woowa. That's the Equalizer. And there's a strong theory that the Equalizer was Callan after he retired. You could make the association. So you've got this, I don't know if it was 60s or 70s TV series, Callan, with a British spy. And then you've got this American thing with a retired British spy. And you can make a direct link between the 2 characters if that's your headcanon, if that's what you want to believe. So Callan is the Equalizer before he retired. Flick Vault channel, I don't know that one. If you guys want something cool, go Google My 90s TV. I watch another one, I don't remember the name of the channel, but he does quick recaps. It like, here's 20 comedies from the 70s that you forgot. And, you know, like little, I'll see whether I can make a list of these channels. I'll watch this back tomorrow. I'll make a list of any other channels that you guys suggest. I really have, this one channel just has so, I said, I scrolled for half an hour and did not get to the bottom of the play. This is not the videos, this is the playlists. And the playlists have got 30 episodes and 50 episodes and 20 episodes. I couldn't get to the bottom of the list of playlists. what's really annoying about YouTube is that when you search, even when you're on a channel and you search, you're not searching within that channel. You're just searching the whole of YouTube. That's a real weakness. If I'm on a channel that's got Callan and I know it's got Callan, I should better search within that channel to find it, rather than having to search the whole fucking internet. Searching within channels. YouTube is powered by Google, or it's owned, it is Google. And yet the search is pitiable at times. It's pathetic. We're this far in and I haven't introduced my girl, have I? Where am I for power as well, folks? Okay. So I thought nerve percent. Let me turn this around. Let me turn this on. This water was hers. She has backed off and run away back there. Hey babe, why are you right back there? You always end up kind of under the umbrella, don't you? In there. Well, there's not a lot of light coming from it tonight. Have I done something wrong with the batteries? Normally it's lit up over there. Hey babe, say hello to the peoples. Hannah's saying hello. Everyone says hello, Tina. Yeah. Tina. Auntie Karen was on before. Yeah, Auntie Karen was on. Don't think she's here now, but she was on earlier. Uncle Ismo was here. Probably gone now, he goes to bed early. Uncle Ismo, Auntie Karen. Yeah. On the phone, not here in real life. Oh, Ismo will be the day after tomorrow. Okay folks, there's my girl, there's my doggy darling. For a disabled dog that can't move, she does manage to wriggle around quite a bit. Like I said, she was here. That's my girl. That's my girl. Sorry, I got my hand in the way of the light. Scrolling, I don't know where I am. Takes you back in time, teleportation, yeah. TV was better then. Fewer adverts. And in fact, when you're watching these on YouTube, there's no adverts, like there's none of the BBC or well, there's none of the ITV adverts. Or Channel 4 or whatever. You do get the odd YouTube advert, but actually they're surprisingly few and far between. I watch a 50-minute episode of this XYY man, and I think I got 2 adverts in the 50 minutes, and they were quickly skippable. You know, sometimes you have to sit there and you watch an advert for a minute while the progress bar doesn't move. And then you get a second one. And hopefully this one moves faster and skip comes up as an option. But if you don't press skip, you're just going to sit there for some of them are 10 fucking minutes long. Some of those adverts are redonkulous. And if you're not within reach of the keyboard, or if you're asleep and kind of partially listening, fucking annoying. All this Tai Chi. Then there's that herb book. Oh, we apologise to anybody who bought the Miraculous Herb book. Fuck off. Same adverts all the time. I only get 3 or 4 adverts, but I get the same ones. At the minute I get one for this Spanish music concert that's sponsored by some company or other. Ah, Felicity Kendall it was, thank you. That was indeed. When I was talking about a program called Solo, and also the do you know how young she was when she was in The Good Life? She was only like 23 or 24. She was very young. Don Henderson as Bullman it was, yeah. In all its incarnations. Supposedly, initially he was meant to be a corrupt cop. That was kind of the implication. You don't really see that. I mean, he does persecute this bloke, the YKK man, the Stephen Yardley character. Well, Stephen Yardley's the actor. I can't remember the name of the actor. He has Spider as a nickname, I think. You just kind of persecute him a bit, but that's kind of under the orders of his boss. YouTube ads every 2 minutes, and I'm not joking. Certain things I watch, some of these sci-fi, some of these AI sci-fi things ramp it up to the maximum, and it is ridiculous with some of the channels. But I think that's a setting that they set. You watch mine, you never get an advert. I don't know how YouTube pay for providing me this fantastic hosting. I mean, nowadays you watch live streams and there are bloody adverts in the middle. You're watching a live stream and an ad cuts in for 30 seconds and the bloke you're watching cuts. It doesn't stop. It carries on silent. So you miss what the guy's saying for 30 seconds. And I have to go back, knock it up to 1.5 speed, just for a minute or two until it catches up. But it's a lot of faffing about when you shouldn't have to. Your screen shouldn't have to be within reach. Your television never was. It's the other side of the fucking room. How's the EcoFlow? The EcoFlows are both fine in and of themselves. I had a little bit of an issue the other day where my original EcoFlow wasn't putting out power on the USB-C socket or the 12 volt, and yet there was plenty of power in there. It wasn't. There's a cutoff you can set a level. If it gets down to that level, everything except the USB-A sockets turn off. We weren't there, but it wasn't putting out power, and I just did a couple of long presses on the power button, which kind of reboots it, and kind of came back to normal. I'm a little bit worried about how rusty the various ports get. So the 12 volt socket, when I plug something 12 volt in, put the cigarette adapter, I have to twist it to scrape away any rust from and make sure we get a good contact on the, especially on the negative ports on the side, negative connectors. So the main one at the bottom is the positive and the two on the side are the negative. But I sometimes have to twist the connector around in the port to ensure a good contact. And if that same thing is happening in the USB ports, I've got no way to clear those out. No way to de-rust those. These contacts should have been stainless steel, I would have thought. This thing's built for off-grid use, out in the wilds, camping and in caravans and, you know, tents and just maybe just in a field. They should be rust proof. I don't know whether stainless steel is like the greatest connector in the world, but better better a connector that doesn't rust than one that does. So that seems like a weakness. But they're holding up. It's the solar panels that are the bane of my life at the minute. I've wasted €85 on these two. If I buy one new proper solid aluminium and glass panel, if I buy one of those, make sure to always have a blanket or towel or something on the ground in front of it in case it falls. And then if I connect these two in series, I'll have the equivalent of, I'll have the equivalent of a panel. Two panels pulling in 35 to 40 watts, put them together, that's 70, 75 watts. That's probably what you get most of the time from a 100 watt panel here in Spain, except for peak. Solar noon, an hour either side of solar noon on a really good day when the atmospherics are right. So I'll probably do that. The logistics of where I stand 3 panels, I'll have to work out. But that can be sorted. I've got bricks, I've got sticks, I've got things I can lay down to give them some kind of backing. But I think that's the... Does YouTube think it's alright to show a man's posterior but not allowed to see a woman's posterior? I'm not sure. They do. I mean, they're an American company, and Americans can be somewhat puritanical. Isn't it? It's not YouTube. It's is it Netflix are doing a program at the minute? What are they doing? It's got the, what's he called? Former wrestler, was in everything a few years ago. He's come off the steroids now. There's something or other. He's doing a program, and he's a topless warrior. They've removed his nipples from the entire film. It's a remake of Moana. The Rock. There you go. They've removed a man's nipples from an entire film. They're doing a live action Moana. And they've removed his nipples. It just looks weird. To see the pecs and no nips is just weird. But America can be quite puritanical. I think it's Disney, isn't it, as well, even more so. Lock Watcher, hello, sir. Hello. Just scrolling back in case I've missed anything. Don Henderson, Felicity Kendall, yeah. Okay, I think I've seen Flick Vault channel. I will go through these tomorrow and make a list of recommendations for old forgotten TV channels that specialise in forgotten TV or old TV. I heard Disney made adult movies, not deliberately, I don't think. Not adult as in what you're thinking. I don't think so. I mean, time was they were a family channel. Back when family meant husband, wife, and children. Heterosexual. Politics. Let's not go there. I think they got captured by their workers. I don't know if it was a fly or a beetle was crawling up my arm. Okay, folks, where are we? We are 1 hour 20 minutes in. I've got a very, very warm beer here. I want to go get a cold one. I've got about this much left. My light is fading. Like I said, I fucked up today. When this solar powered on the top there, solar panel. But I set them up last night, and I said to myself, 11 o'clock, you must turn them around. You must move them. I had them pointing to the east for the rising sun. And then 8 o'clock tonight, I found them still facing the east. Uh-oh. Now the one over there, the other one, the backup light, just charged from a USB cable, but isn't doing at the minute. I'm hoping that means it's fully charged, because it was plugged in the other night when we were doing. Well, when was my last one? Was it Sunday? Have I not done one since Sunday? Okay. So yeah, they've had kind of 4 or 5 days in the sun, haven't they? Should be fine. Shouldn't need charging off the cable. This one doesn't accept the cable anymore. I broke the USB socket. Something fell out. I don't know if it was the pin or some padding from under the pin, but now it doesn't get a connection when I plug in. So yeah, that's awkward. Thumbs up, folks, if you haven't already. I will just deliver my intro spiel in case anybody's lurking that hasn't heard it. I get a lot. You'd be amazed. At the end of these streams, I've had like 200 viewers sometimes. And there's only like 10 of you or 20 of you talked in chat. So there's a lot of lurkers out there. And a lot of them don't stay too long. So I'll just do my intro spiel in case there's anyone watching who doesn't know what you're watching. Basically, folks, you're watching a tramp who lives in a field, in a tent, where the roof has blown off. That's right, there is no roof on my tent. So the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Down and out. Well, that's homeless, a tramp, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, usually Americans, but you know, we forgive them for their language. Someone who lives rough, perhaps sleeps on the streets, or in my case, sleeps in a field. That's Delta Mike, down and out. In Torrevieja. It's not really a k, but I can't really do that like the Scots do with loch. That's what it's meant to be. Although it's regional, in the area I'm in, people do just seem to pronounce it as a K, the Spanish included. So Torrevieja, it's a city on the southeast coast of Spain, Costa Blanca south, about 50 minutes south of Alicante, 50 minutes north of the other place that I can't remember the name of suddenly. Why can I not remember the name? Murcia city and the Murcia region. Halfway between the two, folks. I could give you the history. If you want to know about how I became a tramp, why I became a tramp, how I'm stranded here, TrampCast space 001. That's a TrampCast followed by the, you know, hitting the space bar, not the word space, but a space, and then 3 numbers, 3 numerals, 001. It was my first ever live stream, about 2.5 hours, where we go into glorious in-depth. There's question and answer. There's me meeting people for the first time. You will see Karen, who was about the 2nd or 3rd person to respond, who I'd never met at the time, never heard of at the time, and has become one of my best friends ever. And one of my moderators. She offered to cut my hair, which she did a few days later. I think either the next day or the day after. I struggle to remember. But her and her mum came to meet me up in the park, brought a plastic chair and a sheet or a towel, some such, wrapped it around me, cut my hair with the scissors. We now have clippers. She is a proper hairdresser. She bought me a set of clippers. Then somebody else bought me a beard trimmer. Ronan, that was Ronan, Anthony's son. So thank you to Ronan for the beard trimmer. Thank you to Karen for the hair clippers and for everything, for all of you, for everything else. Folks, if you do want to help out, there is a PayPal link. Thanks this week go to Tony in Australia, Akadaka, who sent me some money this morning. I think it's the 2nd or 3rd donation this month. I think it's going a little bit overboard. Also to Josie and Peter, who called around this week. I mentioned they brought me, I think it was 2 bags of food, a load of water, dog food, 2 crates of beer, 2 cases, 2 12-packs. These are from Josie and Peter. I am losing. Is this on full? This one's on full power, isn't it? That's the brightest. Well, I think that's a little bit better. Maybe it wasn't on the full. Let me neck this, folks. I'm going to go and grab another beer because this. I'm struggling to gulp this down because it's warm lager's not good. Let me tell you current temperatures so you get an idea. Well, the fact that I'm still topless, and you can't really see that, can you? Unless I go like that, and then you get an idea, but hopefully not too much man flesh on display. Let me I'm going to guess we're on 25 degrees still. Give me a second. 27. Fuck, really? So like I said earlier, I've taken my blanket. So every now and again, about once, maybe twice a week, you get to 6 o'clock in the morning and I just feel the wrong side of comfortable. And this is a line that has moved through the year. In winter, I'm perfectly comfortable till it gets down to about 10 degrees C at night. Below that, it gets a little bit cool. The ears start to get a bit cold. You pull the blankets up and what have you. In summer, I'm sleeping on top of the bed. There is no... I'm on top of quilts and blankets typically. But if it gets down around 22 degrees at the minute, which it occasionally does, I start to feel a bit cool, a bit cold. And so I'll just pull my blanket over me. Probably just over half the body, so that the leave the arms and maybe the chest and neck out, just to radiate some heat out so I don't get too warm under the blanket. But I've now taken my blanket and pegged that to my roof as a sunshade through the day. So I haven't got a blanket there now. And yeah, every now and again I do get just that little bit too cool. Okay. Tina is well back away from the chair. Oh. It's straight for the beer and back, folks. There's no messing. I'm going to take the lamp with me. I will be 30 seconds maybe. Oh, I got to unplug it and turn it on. Here we go. Oh, man flesh. Hold on, wait a minute now. Yeah, this one's much brighter, isn't it? I don't even know. Okay, that wasn't even the brightest setting. That was on the minimal setting. Okay. I'll leave the old one on as well. Put this one here. I do need to get the cable and plug it back in. I don't want it dropping power. If we go long, and I've got no clue whether we are, I don't object to the idea of going long tonight. If you know, you know. I do a minimum of 4 hours typically, unless I'm particularly tired or unless there's no audience. And in fact, the audience is a bit low, but the numbers are a bit low tonight. But I don't object to the idea of going long, but that means keeping the light charged. The original light will go off soon. Well, it will fade and fade and fade down to nothing. It's also not accepting my touch, the old one. That's the brightest. Let me open my can of beer. I'll put it under the table so it's not too loud for you. Okay, cold beer, folks. Sitting outside at 11:30. 27 degrees. It's crazy. And the breeze is warm. Jasper, hold on. Why are governments stopping profanity, nudity, or we're trying to protect children, but they can't protect them while they're walking outside from illegal invaders? It's a fair comment, but yeah, it's politics, and we're probably not going to go too deep into politics tonight. Although we did just discuss the invasion of, what's it called? Setia? Setia? I'm not sure. I hear so many different pronunciations of it. Sorry, politics, don't worry. We touch on politics. It's okay to touch on it. I don't want to have a deep dive into it. Don't want to go off on one. I'll end up swearing and using the words. The Benidorm series is terrible. I liked the first. I only saw the first 2 or 3 seasons, or 2 or 3 series if you're British. I quite enjoyed it initially. I've no idea what it may have devolved into over time. Nobody here but us chickens. That's the security guard comedy, Robert Lindsay and co. I don't know. I knew it the other week. I knew the name of it. Now I don't. Anyway, anybody remember Kip Curran, King of the Radio? Kit Curran, King of the Radio. He'd had was it Shoestring? Hold on. And it had the guy off the Sugar Puffs adverts. Tell him about the honey, mummy. The little bald-headed guy that was also on Benny Hill sometimes. It wasn't Shoestring, was it? Who was in it? I gotta scroll. Nightingales, that's correct. Thank you, Jasper. Now I've got to go look up Kit Curran, King of the Radio, or King of the Airwaves, whatever it was called. No, I don't want that particular weather app. Was it Shoestring or was it not? Kit Curran radio show, British sitcom. Dennis Lawson. That's not Shoestring, is it? What was Dennis Lawson famous for then? Clive Merrison was the guy off the Sugar Puffs adverts. Hold on. Dennis Lawson. Apart from being in Star Wars, was it? He's Matey Boy's Ewan McGregor's uncle, I believe. Wedge Antilles in the original Star Wars, yeah, okay. Bleak House, no. Wasn't he in... What was a film in Scotland with a famous American actor? Oh, God. Oh, my memory is fucking pathetic. Let's get a list of his shows and see whether I can remind myself from that. Local Hero, that's the one I was thinking of. He was in Local Hero. Yeah, New Tricks, yeah, I know that. But I was thinking further back. So who's the guy who played Shoestring? Eddie Shoestring. Why did I mix those two up? That's interesting. It's always interesting. I was watching Professor Tim Wilson a couple of days ago. Might have been yesterday. And he said he's never liked quiz shows. He doesn't think that like feats of memory, a lot of quiz shows, it doesn't require intelligence, just memory. They're not the same thing. And he was saying how he doesn't really like crosswords as a cryptic crosswords as a weird kind of logic. So, and he gave an example which I thought was really apposite. I thought it was a really good example. if you see the word flower in a cryptic crossword, they're probably asking for the name of a river. And you ask yourself, how do you get from flower to river? Flow, something that flows, you could say is a flow. And so the word flower in a cryptic crossword means they're looking for the name of a river. Shit like that. And he says, once you learn that trick, you just have to do this a lot and learn the tricks. It's not really intelligence. It's just memorizing false clues, hidden clues. And you just have to do them a lot and get used to the tricksterism, the trickiness in the clues. Why am I talking about this? I don't remember how I got here. So Tim Wilson, intelligence, not liking puzzles. Oh, memory. Look at that. I got back to it. I remembered. He was talking about, he's more interested not in how people remember stuff or how well they remember stuff, but in how sometimes you don't the things you don't remember, why you can't make the connections, or why sometimes you make those false connections. And this is a big part of like the Mandela effect. You're misremembering something, you're confused. Like I just did, thinking that it was the Eddie Shoestring Trevor Reeve. I thought it was Eddie Shoestring that was Kit Curran. And it wasn't. It's another similar aged actor from the same period, the same era. Trevor Reeve, yeah. But that's not who it was. Dempsey, it wasn't Dempsey and Makepeace, although that was a fantastic program, I think. This ground control calling Delta Mike, Billy Joe, hello. Hello. Receiving loud and clear, over. Hello. Where am I, folks? I just got a new beer, an hour and a half in, over an hour and a half in. That first one, I'd let the fridge get too warm, and then the beer sat in for an hour and a half in 27-degree heat. In America, they have these things called, do they call them beer coolers? There's another thing you can do, isn't there, where you wrap a wet paper towel around a can of beer to keep it cool longer, or if you're putting it in the fridge to cool it down faster, fridge or freezer, help it cool down faster. But in America, you'll see them, it's like a cup that you put your beer can in, insulated, so the heat of your hand and the outside heat of the world isn't making your beer colder. We don't have them in the UK or Spain. I've never seen such a thing. Anyone know what I'm on about? If you watch American TV long enough, especially the comedies, I guess, you'll see them. But yeah, let me look that up. I just want to check I've got my terminology right. I'm going to call it a beer cooler. American. So I'm not talking about like a fridge or a, you know, a cooler, like a picnic cooler. I'm talking about like an insulated cup, beer koozie. Is that another word? I've got American flag beer cooler, American beer, not a fridge. Real American beer cooler. No, that's a bag, like a duffel. Maybe I've got my terminology wrong. We'll go back to the koozie. No, it's taking me back to American. I got to type it again. American beer, beer brands, beer this, beer that. No, keep typing. I'm going to look at this beer koozie, because that might be what I'm... Koozie. Yeah. Double-walled stainless steel insulated beer can holder. Works with all 12-ounce cans, bottles, and as a pint cups. You can't use the word "a" and then stick an end on a word. You can't plural. A cups, a pint cups. That's fuck Americans. Learn to type, learn to spell, learn to use words. Koozie. I'm not sure I've ever heard that word. Coolie. Okay, there's someone calling it a coolie. Beer can holder. American koozie. Is that a specific brand maybe? Why is it called a beer koozie? Let's find out. You come here for the education, folks. The term koozie is a derivation of the earlier word cozy. Americans would spell it with a Z, we would spell it with an S, which referred to a padded or knitted covering used to insulate teapots. Okay, a tea cozy, yeah, we have tea cozies. The spelling was intentionally altered to its modern iteration by blending the words with cool or cool spelled normally or spelled with a K to make it sound more refreshing. Cozy, koozie, and then you turn a Y into an IE and you transliterate, you switch from the S to the Z because you're American. Functionally, koozie is a trademark that has fallen into genericide. Okay, like the British do with Hoover and Americans do with Xerox. They will Xerox something on their HP inkjet printer. And we will Hoover using a Dyson. It's always interesting. Tannoy is another example. Tannoy is a brand name. It's not the generic name for a device, although now it is, because if a brand name becomes too generic, they lose the enforcement. They lose the ability to enforce it. Okay, folks, did you all stop talking to me, or has my chat frozen on me again? No, I think I'm still here. I think I'm still up to date. Trevor Eve, shoestring, Dempsey Makepeace. I think that was Jasper mentioned Dempsey. No, that's not where I was going, but good program. Miss Barber. Oh, yeah. Oh, that stirs a memory. It's not all it stirs, but you know. I think I've got a car coming past, yeah. Yeah, I got a car coming past. I'll wave because I'm not ignorant. I never know whether they see me or not, or whether they're the ones that hate me and don't wave. I think I've mentioned before, there's only a few of the people who drive past down here who wave regularly, and there's only one that's ever given me any kind of significant help. Yeah, you know, I guess they don't know the backstory. There's a couple that are really friendly. They'll stop and talk, but there's no help. Even when they drive past and see the roof blown off all of my tent. I did have a random guy. Okay, so was that? I think this was this week. I had a random guy walk through the field. I'm lying on the bed. I'm half asleep. I'm kind of listening to, and kind of every couple of minutes I'd open my eyes and have a look at the screen while I'm listening to these sci-fi stories. But I glanced towards the door. I sensed movement, and I saw someone move, and I thought, well, you better not be taking any of my shit. You know, someone could walk down here and kind of pull on a solar panel, or maybe reach in the tent and grab my phone or tablet while they're charging. Maybe grab an EcoFlow, or just grab something else. So I went out the other door, and as he kind of ambled out of here, I just stood right in his fucking way. And then he's babbling away in Spanish, but he's like, I thought you were. And then he got on, I looked him up and down, made sure that he's not got a solar panel on him or he's not carrying an EcoFlow. And I waved him on and let him go. But it's quite a nerve to just walk through someone's camp. I've never done it. When you walk past some homeless guy, I've shouted from the road, "Hello, how you doing? Is everything all right?" But I've never walked like within 2 meters of his tent. That'd be weird. Is the only problem you have really had from the police? The police and kids throwing stones. That's been minor. It's been very irregular, very infrequent, but it happens from time to time. Kids throwing stones. But the police have been my main nemesis, yeah. Karen's convinced that the local authority are going to come round and try and kind of level this field because of the risk of wildfires. She thinks that they're going to come round and maybe they'll come and they'll see all my stuff, like my bottles of water, and they'll do like they did that other time. Take everything that I've got away on the basis of fire risk. Green garden furniture and recliners, fire risk. Bottles of water, fire risk. Pots and pans, plates, knives, forks, fucking fire risk. Gas barbecue, fire risk. Gas bottles, fire risk. Pine table. I guess you could argue that. Oh, it's wood. But if you've got wood that spontaneously combusts, what's that film called? Fahrenheit 357, 359, 45. It's a bunch of random numbers, but they're not low numbers. And that was paper, which probably set to light easier than wood. How hot does it have to get before wood catches fire? They would like to administer a vacuum. Yeah. Honestly, they took everything that I had outside of my tent, they stole. No court order, no paperwork, no receipts for what they were taking, no appeals process, just took it. And they stole water on the basis of it being a fire risk. It's the most perverse shit you'll ever hear. My knives, forks and plates were a fire risk. Really? Do you want to test that in court? Because if I had any money, I would have. Gas bottle. Has to reach 450 degrees Celsius before it's in any danger. That's when it's packed full. Packed full, 450 degrees. When it's like half full or whatever, you got to go higher before it's any kind of risk. And if it's 400 degrees outside already, you've got bigger problems than my gas bottle. But they just stole all my stuff. They just threw it on the back of a bin lorry. Trash compactor. I presume apart from the gas bottles, they were probably just put somewhere on the back. I got it all on video. One day there'll be a reckoning. Maybe. If I ever get my money and I'm in a position to. Oh, this one's going down a lot faster than the other. It's also warming up fast as well, though. Scrolling, folks, people are nosy. Yeah, I wondered whether it was one of the locals coming down to take a look close up rather than from afar. And then maybe to report me to the authorities, which adds to Karen's fear that the council are going to turn up and try and either steal, either take all my things away again or clear the field. Uh, she had a field near where her villa, near where her property is here, and they came in and cleared the land. She presumes because of fire risk. Now it's possible that some developer is actually going to build on the land, and that's why they've come in, because they do that from time to time. They'll clear land, flatten it, prepare it for building work, deliver materials, and then sometimes building happens, and then sometimes it stalls for another 5 years with piles of gravel and you know, breeze blocks and shit waiting to be used. Spain, who knows? They do things different. Yeah. No, they do things different. But their police are generally not very nice people. If they can find a way to escalate, they will escalate. They will prod you and push. Not well. They will physically push you sometimes, but no, they will. They're very confrontational. I can't kind of, you know, since I established the fact, since the head bod from Polithia Local came round with all of his fucking scrambled egg on his cap and on his shoulders and on his sleeve, since then I have been pretty much left alone by them. Apart from 2 that came around trying to push their weight around, demanding ID and telling me I can't be here, and then quizzing me, how long have you been here? And they thought I was going to say like 2 days, or you can't be here, you can't be here. But when I told them like 3 years, like, huh? Yeah, no, you just lost. If I couldn't be here, your colleagues would have managed to get rid of me by now. They're still trying to demand ID. And I asked them, are you sure you can still do that on private land? That's usually a thing like when you're out in public. Unless they've got you banged to rights doing a crime somewhere, when they might be able to like demand it anyway because caught in the act of a crime. But they came into a field, I told them it's private land, told them this was established and that their boss knew it was private land, that had been here 2.5 or 3 years, whatever it was at the time. And well, I when they first asked for ID, I said no, I don't have any. But then he said, no, you're gonna have to give us some ID. I said, no, this field got flooded, my passport got ruined, it's unacceptable to you, you can't use it, you can't have it. And I tried, as they walked away, they tried to lecture me that, oh well, you will have to send off and get a new pass, you know, you'll have to get new ID. I'm like, well, that's very generous of you. Huh? Generous what? Oh, I thought you were saying I'd have to get ID and you were going to offer to help me pay for it. Tramp in a fucking field. Where do you just get the money to get a new passport? Where do they deliver it to? The man in the field opposite Repsol in Torrevieja. So I kind of spun it on them and pretended I'd understood that he was offering to pay. You must have a passport. Oh, that's very generous of you, sir. What do you mean? Oh, did I misunderstand? I thought you were offering to buy me a passport. You're saying I must have one. Rob's here still or back again, I'm not sure which. You see small woodlands for sale in the UK. Are there little undeveloped plots, one you could buy cheap? You're looking at, is it between 5 and 10 grand per acre? I follow a couple of guys who are woodcrafters, survivalists, preppers, whatever term you want to use. I follow a couple of guys who've bought their own lands, and so that, yeah, they can chop down whatever trees they want whenever they want, and do other kind of work I watched one, what's it called? There's a word for when you lay a hedge. When you take trees and you cut about 2/3 of the way through, so the outer layer of a tree is the only part that's alive. The insides, all those previous years' growth, those are kind of dead now. And the water comes up, there's the bark, the outer bark, the inner bark, and then there's this inner, somehow I've got the word phylum, but I don't know where I'm getting that from. That could be bullshit. That might be part of a flower or something. There's this inner layer. Reconnecting. You are alive. I was just saying about a tree. The only part of a tree that's alive, you've got the bark, the outer bark, the inner bark, and then you've got this inner layer that's wet. And the water has to be transported up the tree in this outer layer. It's kind of the third layer in because of the inner bark and the outer bark, but you get the idea. This third layer, outer bark, inner layer, and then this layer. You can cut 2/3 of the way through a tree and then lay it down and kind of form a hedgerow, and the tree will instinctively create new branches, but the branches will go vertically. A lot of them will, not all of them, but a lot of them will go. That's how you create hedgerows. Certain trees are more bendy, more adaptable, more amenable to this than others. But I watch guys do this. So they buy a plot of land, it bought, you know, a small forest, a small woodland, and it borders on a farm, and then they have to create a border or maintain a border. And you go around and you're chopping bits off and you're chopping limbs off. So when you're going to lay the branches down, you're going to lay the trunk down, you got to chop off all the branches that are currently there that will be pointing downwards. So you lay it down and you're going to get all these going up, but you get a lot of offcuts as well. So when they're doing their woodcrafty, let's build you get them build like a saw bench, a bench for doing woodwork on and stuff. This is one of the first things they do. Kind of drill 4 holes into like a tree trunk or a big branch. Put the 4 legs and you create like a horse, like an exercise horse. Plane the top of it flat or cut the top of it flat, and now you've got something that you can use as for woodworking and woodcrafting on. Or you can make a table if you get 2 of them and put planks across. Make tables and chairs, and yeah, watch guys do that. It's all very interesting. I'd love to do it. I probably don't have the skills. I'm probably too old. And it's probably more expensive than I can manage as an initial consideration. Also, here's one for you. Just because you own a field doesn't mean you can live in your field. Most local authorities have bylaws that restrict you to a certain number of days per year. And it can be as low as 30. You own the fucking field, but you can only camp in it or live in it for 30 days a year. There's also rules about whether you can build permanent structures and so maybe you have to take steps to keep any structure you built to be non-permanent. So you build like a shed that can be deconstructed, unless you go with the full planning permission route. It's crazy. You own a field, but they're telling you what you can and can't do with it. Imagine owning a field, but you can only camp on it for 30 days a year. I say we need to form a new fucking political party and get that shit overturned. Any councillor that voted for that shit needs to be on a list and get voted out at the next election. Put forward the proposition that we remove those, and any councillor that votes against it gets voted out at the next election. However you want to do it. Shit needs to change. People telling you what you can and can't do on your fucking land. Justify that. I own a field and I want to put a caravan on there and live there permanently. Oh no. Or a tent, or a shed, or a shack. Not having that shit. What's the reason for it? You might have hygiene considerations. You might have like gypsy kind of squatting kind of considerations. I don't know. But it doesn't seem right to me that a local authority can say, no, thou shalt not spend time on your field. You're not allowed to live in the woodland, though. There was Billy Joe. Yeah. Unless you do proper planning permission and stuff. Spanish police still think Franco is in charge, I guess. They persecute the Basques. And the stockings and the suspended. No, shush, that's not what you're called. Yeah, the whole, well, yeah, the whole north of Spain, Catalonia, Basque country, and there's another one, isn't there? The name's not coming to mind. There are 3 areas that are kind of quite strong separatist movements. They don't see themselves as Spanish in the traditional, well, in the way that Spain defines itself. Fuck off. Just trying to get rid of a fly off one of my lamps. Yeah, scrolling, folks. Who, like you, are independent, self-reliant? So I'm not. You see, this is the thing. People think that I'm independent and self-reliant. I'm a charity case. I'm totally reliant on outside help, especially the last 2 or 3 years while Tina's been in decline. Used to be I would walk for miles and miles and miles, go around the bins and scavenge and salvage things and build up resources. Like the time I spent 2 hours one night carrying 5 planks home from a little distance away. Big, heavy, big, long, heavy planks that I then used to build a double bed. Piles of bricks, 2 piles of bricks and 2 chairs, 2 big wooden farmhouse chairs at the base of the bed. 2 big piles of bricks, 2 runners across, 2 beams across horizontally, and there, you know, from left to right of the bed, and then 5 planks down the length of the bed, which had to be cut to size. There's a video of it when I built a bed. You can go find the video. Tramp builds a bed or something it's probably called, I don't know. If I remember, and I always say these things and then never do. If I remember, I'll put a link in a pinned comment or in a... I gotta be careful with I've already got a pinned... Oh no, this is a pinned chat. Yeah, maybe a pinned comment or maybe in the description. Yeah. And the mountain regions that afford them some defence. Well, the old common land is always being cleared of folk and stolen by the landlords. Common land like meadows and village greens and things. Places where you were typically, everybody could graze their sheep because it was common. It wasn't held by anybody specifically. Then people encroach on it. Or put up rules against it. Oh wow. That's early. We're just over the 2-hour mark, folks, and I'm already yawning. And having gone an hour and a half with that first beer, I've now gone a half an hour and I'm here. I don't know if you can see that. I'm roughly here. And the beer is also a little bit warm already. I might have to get more and drink it faster. Warm beer, lager. See, I'm a bitter drinker. Warm lager to me gets well, it gets a a sour aftertaste. I'm not going to say acrid. Once it's hot, in the middle of the day, if I fall asleep with a can of beer open at 4 in the afternoon or something, wake up an hour later and my beer's not just not cold, not just tepid, not just what, positively hot. That has an acrid aftertaste. That's nasty. But I gulp it down because waste not, want not. Tramping a field, folks. Oh, excuse me. That's my rabbit stew repeating from earlier. Rabbits are really awkward meat to eat. Great. I said this on a cookery channel the other day. If I was in a restaurant that offered rabbit stew, I probably wouldn't eat it. It's no good for a polite fine dining experience. It's all, there's a lot of bone, and you can't really get it with a knife. You have to pick the shit up and chew it, bite on. Then you're pulling out these little bones, like fish bones almost, some of them, a little bit bigger, but from in your mouth. And family gathering, you, the wife and kids, great. Rabbit, brilliant, lovely. Restaurant, where people are watching you, they're eating some la-di-da posh meal and you're picking up bits of meat and gnawing on them and then pulling bits of bone out your mouth. Rabbit's not great for fine dining. It's not great for public dining. Has to be a family banquet or you know, that kind of thing. Otherwise, forget it. You're just going to embarrass yourself. I was almost embarrassed sat in the fucking tent this morning eating it. Having to push your finger through little holes in bones and suck at and gnawing on things and biting on things, and oh, I'm biting on a bone, this is a big bone. Oh, but there's lots of meat around there. Getting your finger and scraping under the ribs to get the kidneys or whatever it is out. You couldn't do that in a restaurant. You just couldn't. How did we get here? Oh, common land, folk, yeah, cleared of folk, stolen by landlords. Okay, who's still here? Let's have a roll call. It's all been Billy Joe the last little while. The last half hour at least. It was Jasper for half an hour, now it's Billy Joe for half an hour. Who's still here? Zap Sparky is still here, our amateur electrician. I got to admit, I did assume from the name that you were an actual Sparky electrician. Anybody else? Have I done something wrong this week? I'm not sure why my viewership is so low. I put the notifications out. I did a community post on YouTube. I put a Twitter post out. I did it well in time. I created the stream 3 hours ahead or more, and the numbers are just really, really low. I don't get it. I am gonna have to go and grab another beer. I'm on the last mouthful, I think. Are you all right down there, Tina? I think you are. She has now got a head right next to her water. Hey, babe. You need a cuddle. She has wriggled out of reach. I like to put her within reach, but James Stewart, I don't know why this was in my feed. I am not swearing, which is nice, and I am putting on shingles. Hold on. Shingles as in like the little tiles on a roof, or shingles as in is it measles or it's chicken pox? It's the chicken pox virus when it returns in older age. I am putting on shingles. I don't know why this was in my feed. Well, there's a question. James Stewart, and what a name as well. Jimmy Stewart. I don't know why this is in my feed. I don't know, mate. It's just a tramp sat in a field. An Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstance. I don't know why it was in your feed. I don't know why you've clicked on it, but I hope you give me a chance. Just listen for a while. I might not be for you. I'm not for everybody. I do swear. I do say the words. Sometimes all the words. On the sides, not the roof. Oh, I've never heard of that. Shingles on the sides, not the roof. I thought you called that siding. I thought you... I'm assuming America, yeah? I'm assuming the US, just from the word shingles as a building material, product. I know they say to hang a shingle outside your store. If you create a new business, they're putting a sign outside saying, hey, I'm a barber, I'm a lawyer. That was to hang a shingle. In my understanding, I'm not American. I am a Brit, trapped by circumstance in Spain, and I do mean the trapped thing, hence being a tramp. Made homeless once upon a time by a landlord. Kicked me out because of my bank not letting me have my money. Stayed with a friend. Eventually the friend had enough of me and kicked me out, and I walked down the steps from her house and into the wilds of Torrevieja in Spain. And now that friend is dead, which shocked me when I heard. I heard just before Christmas. That's sad. Although obviously our friendship had, what would you say, broken down, I was still very grateful to her for having given me a roof over my head for 3 or 4 months. Sad to hear that she's passed. Maybe about a year now since she passed. I heard about it in the December. But she had been gone, the approximation I was given, I was told roughly 6 months at that time. So that would put it kind of June, July. And here we are again, June, July. So about a year ago. Yeah. I guess I will take this last mouthful. Will I? R.I.P. Lorraine. I won't give full names. Lorraine. Okay, folks. That really was rather warm by the end. Oh, look at that. Bullseye. In the bin bag, and it stayed in the bin bag. I'm going to run off. I think last time I said 30 seconds and it was a little bit longer. I've got inside my camping fridge freezer, I've got some packs of meat that Josie brought. I've got sausages, I've got some pork, I've got some other, I've got to get through them. I had this rabbit left over that I had to use, and still a little bit in the pan, but that might be bad by now after being out in the hot all day. Not sure. I'll try warming it up tomorrow, like a, not to cook, but got to get it hot just to kill off anything that might have developed in the warmth. Cook that. But then tomorrow night I might look at doing hot dogs. I might go shopping tomorrow and get the bread buns, the hot dog buns. I do have some in there. I think two lots that I've never used. But if you remember me saying that they last forever and don't go off, I will have had them months and months and months. Supermarket white bread does not go off. Just doesn't. But I'm going to go grab a beer. We'll discuss tomorrow night later. My understanding is that Scruff Dog is going to go short. He's at a friend's and he might not go particularly long. So I might do so I'd normally do Friday and Sunday. Those are my two main nights. Occasionally there's a Tuesday, occasionally other nights at random or through day at random. Last week I did Saturday through the day at random, and then Scruff finished and I said, oh, maybe I'll go live. I might go live tomorrow night after Scruff if he does finish early. We'll see. Let me go grab that beer. Give me, it's going to be like 60 seconds. I've got this meat in it. I have to move it, dig around, grab the beer from the bottom, put the other stuff back over. It's very cramped in there. It's only a little, it's 50 litres. I can't convert that for Americans. What unit of volume do you even use? Cubic feet? Yeah, I can't. Somebody do 50 litres to cubic feet for me while I'm gone. Post that. I bought the biggest of the camping fridges that this brand did, Alpicool, but I can't convert cubic feet. Let me think, 30 centimetres. A foot is about 30 centimetres, so that's 3. A litre would be 10 by 10 by 10. If you're going to go 30 by 30 by 30, 3, 9, 27. Divide 50 by 20, it's 2 cubic feet, is it? Is it only 2 cubic feet? 3, 9, 27. 2 27s would be 54. 2 cubic feet. That's my guess. Back in a minute. Well, yeah, maybe a minute. How was my maths, folks? Who fact checked me? It's like 1.9 cubic feet. I think. That sounds like nothing. That sounds really small. 50 litres sounds bigger. I'm assuming no one's done the maths for me. Nope. On the sides, not the root. Okay, that was the last comment from James Stewart. I'm sure you get ribbed all the time about the Jimmy Stewart stuff. Especially at Christmas, probably. Did somebody just call me a racist? Probably. Some people can't interpret an actual logical argument without resorting to name calling. Where am I? Google. 50 litres, spelled properly, T-R-E-S, not to gallons. I was going to cubic feet. Cubic. Have I just picked the wrong cubic? I was going to go cubic feet, not cube fish tank. Oh, I missed out the word to instill conversion to cubic feet. 1.766. I went with 1.9, didn't I? It wasn't bad it wasn't even back of an envelope calculation. It was just in my fucking head calculation. I was in the ballpark. what was that, like 10% off? Close enough for human. Has chat stopped? No, you guys just aren't talking to me. Come on, folks, give a guy a chance. I mean, okay, I did just leave you for a minute while I went and got a beer. It's... The fridge says it's on 6 degrees now. This is not the temperature of the things in the fridge. This is the air temperature at a certain point in the fridge, and it moves quite erratically. When it's running, it drops really quick, and when you turn it off, it rises really high. And obviously the food and drink and things that are in the fridge aren't moving around that wildly. It's an air temperature right next to where the cooling's happening, I think. So it over-exaggerates, it overly swings. We got a car coming out of the field. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, they're back quite a way. I'll wave. I'm a nice guy. I'll wave. They don't. Okay, folks, I am back. I have got the chat on. I did move it to top chat and then back to live chat just to make sure it hadn't frozen. So I am here with you. Thumbs up if you haven't already, and if I am providing any kind of entertainment. I don't even know whether entertainment's the right word. So the purpose of the live stream, folks, tramp in a field. I get no income from my home country, the UK. I get nothing from Spain, the national government. I get nothing from the Valenciana regional government. I get nothing from the Alicante, even smaller regional government. And I get nothing from Torrevieja, the local government. I get nothing official from anybody. No, there's no benefits, there's no nothing. In fact, the guy from the welfare came around one time and got me an €850 fine because he's a cunt. Yes, Oscar, the fucking whatever your name is, you're a cunt. And so is the mayor, Eduardo Delon, who sent him to help me one Sunday morning. I don't usually drop the C-bomb, but I do have a reputation of dropping the words, all the words. I do swear, not a lot, and often I talk about swear words in the context of whether you're allowed to use those swear words. But I do swear, I'm a grown-up, and it is allowed. It's not for everybody, but, you know. Tramp in a field, I have frustrations, I have anger, I have... See, we could talk about the Santander Bank and then you would hear me swear lots and lots and lots. Because this is nominally a Spanish bank. But the English section claimed to be a separate company that are technically not related, but which cooperate and coordinate. Just not with me. And so the only way I can get access to my money and prove it's my account is for me to go back to England, not just to any Santander account, branch in England, back to my specific branch in England, which they've closed, funnily enough. So I would have to trace down wherever my account has now been reallocated to, and I would have to go to that branch with a passport and 3 acceptable forms of ID, which I won't have. I'm not going to have a set of utility bills. I'm not going to have a British gas bill or a Norweb. That's the Northwestern Electricity Board. I'm not going to have an electric or gas bill or a water bill or whatever else. And I can't get out of the country to go to England anyway. This is what I mean by trapped by circumstances, folks. The catch-22. in order to get out of the country, I need a lawyer, and that means I need real money. I'm not going to get a fucking court-appointed idiot. They just won't appoint it because it's not. I'm trying to review past things, not a new case. So I won't get a court-appointed, like public defender would be the wording or the verbiage in. That used to be an American-only term. It's now been adopted by the British legal process system as well. But sometimes the adoption of language can be frustrating. But anyway, in order to sort out my legal troubles, I need money for my lawyer, for a lawyer. But in order to get a lawyer, I need to leave the country. So I can't leave the country until I sort out legal problems, and I can't get the money to sort out the legal problem until I get back to my country. It is a literal catch-22. Without having to claim madness, which was the original film, wasn't it? The original book. Can't remember which war it was. Possibly Korean, possibly Vietnam. In order to get excuse from service, you have to prove your madness. Anyone who says they're mad must be rational, because it was that was the catch-22. To claim madness, you must be rational, and therefore you fail with your claim. They really screwed you on there big time, Mike. Yeah, and 4 years later. One day I'll get them. In the words of Blondie, one way or another, I'm gonna get you. One way or another. I suspect when I get back to Blighty, if I ever do get back, by whatever means, whether I fucking swim the channel, there's an idea. I've thought about, like, walking to the French coast and then paddling a dinghy or a canoe with me and Tina. But if Tina's not going to be there, it makes it easier, doesn't it? I'm certainly not paying some fucking... I'm not paying someone 5 or 10 grand to smuggle me across. If I can just buy a boat in a local fucking tourist shop. You know, you pedal out, or you paddle out, not pedal out. You paddle out, and you get a fishing rod or something, and you hang it over. You just go out a little further and a little further. With you make sure you've got GPS and shit on your phone, and you know, depending on tide, I've no idea, but I don't fucking. It's worth a go. If it's just, I wouldn't do it with Tina. That'd be silly. But I'd risk it with me. And if I can get, like, within a mile or so of the coast of Blighty, fishing rod out again, and you just put on a pretense, and you get on the shore in trunks and pull your boat up, and if it's an inflatable, you let the air out. I just walk onto the beach because I'm white. I'm British. I have a right to be in Britain. Now, whether I'm breaking a law by entering outside of a port isn't illegal, as long as you report your presence to the nearest port in some kind of allowable time frame. How do fishermen do it? Fishermen go out to sea for a couple of weeks and then come back. How does that work? What do they do? Do they report to the harbour master when they get back to port? Does a port have a harbour master, or do you have to be a harbour? Now we're getting into the difference between a harbour, a port, and a dock. Docks, yeah, difference. We looked this up once before. One of them's to do with cargo. A port is just a sheltered inlet, something with walls around that you get in, and it protects it from the waves within. Port, or is that a harbour? That might be a... You know what we've got to do, folks? We've got to go and look up the difference between a port, a harbour and docks. Even though I've looked it up previously, the memory isn't there for it. Come on, let's do the things. Let's do the education thing. If any of you know, type the answer before I get there. Difference. That's not how you spell difference. Oh, first thing that comes up is the duty and a tariff. I remember that one. I know the difference between a duty and a tariff. Oh, was that a duty and a tax? Oh, yeah, that was duty and that was the difference between a duty and a tax. Tariff came later. Hold on, Swifts and Swallows, that was another one. Difference between gelato. These are all questions I've asked in the past. Difference between gelato and ice cream. Difference. I've misspelled difference, but difference. Ports, harbours, and docks. The dock is definitely to do with cargo. Harbour is a sheltered body of water that protects ships from waves. That's a harbour. Port is a commercial trading hub built around that water. And a dock is a specific structure where a ship ties up or is repaired. Okay. Harbour, sheltered body of water. The port is if it's a commercial trading hub, so that's the cargo and everything. I got it wrong, you see. A port and docks are specifically repairs, including dry docks, I guess. I knew dry docks was repairs. Docks are for repairs or refurbishment. Harbour is your basic seawall and ships going in and out, boats going in and out. Port, if it's industrial or commercial, landing the fish or the cargo or whatever. And docks are for repairs. If you didn't know, I should have, because I've looked it up before. Dick. Bad memory, folks. It's not what it used to be. Why don't you try to join the French Foreign Legion? I think they have an age limit. And fitness. My God, I walked to the supermarket last Friday. No, Saturday morning. It was Saturday morning. I left Tina here and off I toddled. I was out of breath halfway there. It's a slight incline. I was sweating like a... Now I did go at about noon. Not quite the hottest part of the day. Solar noon here in Spain is 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. But it was getting there. It was a warm day. But it wasn't the warmth. It was just my legs, the muscles in my legs. And the breathing, the lung capacity and the efficiency of drawing the oxygen into the blood. Wasn't that? I've spent so I used to do these amazing long walks. I've said before, 12 or 15 kilometers this way or that. Get there and spend the day walking around, and then 12 or 15 kilometers back. Nowadays, half a kilometer to the fucking supermarket. And I was halfway there and I was out of breath. Now, temperature, time of day, time of year, probably factors. But the main factor is that I haven't had any exercise for 2 or 3 years, other than carrying Tina. And I go shorter and shorter. We don't often make it up to the top of the main road now. Once every 2 or 3 days. It used to be 2 or 3 times a day we'd do, and that was and for me to be considering that as the longer walk, like 100 yards that way, 100 meters, 100 yards, whatever. No real difference in human terms. 100 yards, 100 meters. 10% in it, but don't worry about it. Time was we used to walk all of these fucking kilometers, or miles, whichever you prefer. Let me translate for anyone in America. Let's say 12 kilometers, 7 miles. 7 miles that way, spend the whole day walking around another town, 7 miles back. And barely sit down during the day. Easily 20 miles. Easily. Could easily have been 30. When I used to have 2 loops that I would walk when I went around the bins. One that way, one off up the road and off to the left, one up and off to the right. And some days I would do both circuits twice. Walk and walk and walk and walk. I used to run marathons when I was a whippersnapper. I used to box. Someone said the other day about how out of breath you get when you're in an actual fight. Once you're throwing punches, people don't realise how out of shape they are. You get in a fight, most people are done after 60 seconds. If you can just avoid punches for the first 60 seconds and duck and dive or move or block, the other guy's done. You're going to steamroller him in the second 60 seconds. Unless they know what they're doing and have practiced. Or have some kind of unusual level of fitness. But now, I probably couldn't run 200 yards. I tried it once when I was chasing the kids that were throwing stones. I was huffing and puffing like a huffy puffy thing. I don't know like what. Join the French Foreign Legion. Yeah. That requires military service already, I think. I think you already have to have military service in your current country. You can, once you join the Foreign Legion, you can adopt a new name and they will give you paperwork in that name, as I understand things. I know some guys who did the things. I've said in the past, I'm not going to say it right because it sounds like I'm glorying in something that's... I know some guys that did the Foreign Legion thing. These were ex-parachute regiment. They'll allocate you a new name and identity, yeah, and that gets you papers, which can then be used abroad and everything, yeah. I don't know if that's still true. It certainly was. Have you watched, was it Beau Brummel? Did he join the, was that a film about a guy who was given the 3 feathers? Or was that a separate film called 3 Feathers? And he joined the Foreign Legion, French Foreign Legion. I can't remember. I might be mixing 2 different films together. There's a film called 3 Feathers and then there's Beau Brummel. Do I need to check it out or can someone just confirm for me? I don't like to just talk shit and then find out the next day that I got it all wrong. Sometimes I pull Sometimes I pull these factoids out of nowhere and I've got no real backing for what I'm saying or why I'm saying it. And my lights, normally they're visible behind my head, aren't they? They're not really visible behind my head. There you go. That. And Tina's like sat. There is illumination there. You are being reflected upon, aren't you, Tina? Hey, babe. Everything okay? Tina's okay? She's just laying on her side, not moving, not even responding to her name. That's kind of unusual. They allocate you a new name and identity, yeah. How does that work? Do they give you the name? Does it have to be a French name? Do you get to pick the name? Now, French names have to be picked, well, not picked from a list, but there's a, what do they call it? The Academy, is it just the Royal Academy or the Académie Française or something? When you name a child, you have to, it has to be a name that's on the list. Is that still true? This is how they try and restrict British words or English words that make it into the language. They try to limit them and come up with alternatives. Spanish do similar. So the word whiskey in Spanish gets transliterated or translated into quesque with Q's and U's and shit. Look it up, it's true. Quesque. Whiskey, but QUE-esque. And they have certain letters that they only have to be compatible with foreign languages. I don't think any actual real Spanish word uses K or X, but they have them in the alphabet just to maintain some kind of compatibility with other people, other languages. Double L used to be its own letter. It's pronounced G, but it's so paella, paella, P-A-double-L. Is it P-A-double-L-E double L? Is it two lots of double L's? Paella, I think so. But the double L used to be considered one letter. Nowadays they've backed off from that. As I understand things. Not an expert. I'm not like trying to teach you Spanish like I'm some sort of fucking language wonk. I know, fuck. I was really surprised the other day. Oh, I told you about the guy who walked through the field and we had a little contretemps in the exit to the field. But another guy, I heard this couple, a man and a woman, walk down the road and they're talking Spanish. And the man's like, oh my God, you know, he's like, you know, it's like, oh, look at the state of this. Oh my God, I'm going to go talk to him. And the wife's, no. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to, todo bien. And he comes over, todo bien. Yeah, hombre, yeah, no hay problema. And I'm conversing with him in Spanish, more or less, you know. And he says, and I went, oh, no hay problema, es verano. No problem, it's summer. Tengo otra tienda acampar. I have another tent. You know, I told him I'd got the next tent. I might have gone with Siguen. I can never get this word right. I think Siguen, but I tried. I think I went with Siguen or Siguen. I've got the next tent already. And he's like, oh, okay. And I'm like, so I said, además, I think that means additionally, además, tengo un gran tamaño plástico. I've got a big plastic. I couldn't say sheet. I didn't know how to get sheet or I don't know what the Spanish for. Now I don't know the English. Big sheet of plastic used by builders. Oh, I hate my head. Come on. Big sheet of plastic. With the grommets and the eyelets, the grommets. Big sheet of plastic. It is called a... I'm not going to get it. I can tell you now, I'm not going to get there. I've only just taken one off. Tarpaulin, for fuck's sake, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Oh. Now you see why I said about Professor Tim being more fascinated by when memory doesn't work than when it does. Someone who can just memorize a bunch of crossword rules or whatever, that's not really I mean, it's handy for doing crosswords, but it's not a transferable skill for anything else. Intelligence is the ability to link disparate facts and themes and build a hypothesis or a... That's intelligence. Recalling facts, figures, remembering that the Battle of Hastings was 1066, that's not intelligence. Now, if you can memorize shit like that, you'll do better in history class than people who can't. Memorization is a useful skill in and of itself in life because it helps you fake intelligence. But actual intelligence is being able to take disparate concepts, meld them, mold them, and build a new... An example I always gave was we'd done a science experiment. We'd done science in physics. We did about springs and we did about friction. And then we were given this test where there was something heavy and you had what was basically kind of what would have been a spring balance, it would have been a weight scale. But you were asked to kind of calculate how much friction there was dragging something across a table, and all you had was this thing that weighed a certain amount, and you had this spring, I'm going to call it a spring balance, but that's probably not the right word. But being able to take the ideas that friction is about movement across a surface, and you've got this thing, and you pulled on it, and when you let go, an arrow stayed at the maximum point. So you could measure inertia by dragging this weight across the table, the friction and what was the maximum force needed, and that would be the point where it gets going. After it's moving, it will stabilize at an equilibrium that's less than the maximum point when it first moves. But this little arrow would show the maximum. But reaching that conclusion, I remember being in the physics class and being the first one to twig this, and then I saw other people watch me, and suddenly they're all doing it. And then the ones that watched me, other people watched them, and you watch the kind of the wave of aha move around the class. But that's intelligence. Taking 2 or 3 different concepts, melding them together and coming up with a hypothesis or a potential solution for how you might achieve your goal. Copying the next guy, I mean, that's another potential solution, isn't it? But I was the first, I distinctly remember being the first one in the class that came up with that. Scrolling, tarpaulins, yeah, it was. Oh, Andy, hello Andy. Is that your first post? Okay, folks. Thumbs up if you haven't already. I keep saying it. I don't want to pimp, you know what I mean? I don't want to push too much. I don't want to be that channel, but likes and subscribes and hitting the bell, they all do help, I'm told. Just watching stuff for longer is also a thing. And after you finish with this stream, if it offers you something else from me, like a historic video or something, watching that for 5 or 10 minutes is also a help. Staying with the same channel and watching multiple things from the same guy is another signal that YouTube seems to have adopted. favoured, exaggerated. I'm not sure what the right word is, but yeah, that's another thing. Subscriptions and likes, they seem to be on the way out. They're more following actual behaviour. When you finish watching one of this guy's video, do you watch some more? So I've really hit as well as the what was the channel I said before, the British TV. I can't remember what name I told you, but I did kind of spell it out for you. It wasn't historic British TV, was it? What was it called? Forgotten British TV. Forgotten-British-TV. As well as that, I've been watching a lot of Pete's Pans. I've fallen down a rabbit hole of French, Catalan and Northern Spanish. He mainly sticks to the borders between France and Spain. He got as far south. Did he get as far south as Alicante? Was it Alicante or was it Valencia? I've never seen him further south than whatever that video was. Kind of suggested he ought to make a trip down to Torrevieja. Come and feed a fucking tramp with your cordon bleu cooking. Not really cordon bleu, but... Been here most of the night, DM. Had friend over for some of it, but had my ears on. Does that mean your friend had his ears on as well? Or his or her? I'm not sure. Tarp and tarpaulins. Yeah, I don't know why I had that brain fart. I was looking at the remnants of one. I unclipped most of... I've got these clamps that have held the tarps on all this time. And I unclipped them, it was either yesterday or the day before. And I haven't totally removed things. They're kind of hanging low. And, oh no, you're not even going to look. I had these clips on, clamps more than clips. Imagine your washing line, your wooden pegs, but big fuck off things made out of metal with big fuck off springs. Pardon the swearing again. I took most of them off and the things dropped down, and pretty much all that's holding it on now, I think there's one or two clips at this end, and there's a couple of midline ribs from the tarp. It had a few, you know, where the grommets and things are, you have that double thickness. There's a couple of those that haven't broken and that span over the tent. So it'll be a bit of an effort to take those off. But sooner or later, I'm going to look at the weather forecast and I'm going to see that in 4 days' time there's a thunderstorm or something. And then I'll have to put a tarp over the top properly, won't I? Rather than just putting a blanket over as a sunshade, which is a bit of a kludge. Jerry-rigged rather than jury-rigged, if you were here the other... was that last week or the week before we discussed... When I heard jury-rigged, I thought it was someone misunderstanding jerry-rigged. But no, it's the older word. And it's got nothing to do with juries as in a court. It's not to do with fixing court cases. Jury-rigged means to make a good, proper repair on the fly, out in the field. You're on a boat. The name apparently comes from a mast on the ship, something like that. You got to make a repair. You make a good repair. Jerry-rigged is a, fuck it guys, let's botch it, it'll do for now. See the difference? A proper repair in the field, on the fly, versus a cobbled together, hodgepodged, as long as it gets us home. They're different. So jury-rigged is the preferable option between jury-rigged and jerry-rigged. If you were here the other week, you already knew this. If you're new here, you're welcome for the education. I will not look, I will not look, I will not look at the tramp, I will not look! I will not acknowledge his fucking existence! People. Sometimes I get offended. But that's me taking offence. Next time I'll take a gate post. Boom, boom. Scrolling again, okay. Who's here then? Let's have roll call. I'm going to call roll call again. We've got Andy, Stones Don. I'm going to go with Stones Don. Maybe it's Don Stones. Are you a Donald? Donald Stones, maybe. I was a Donald when I was a kid. My next door neighbour, Mr. Whittington, misheard or misunderstood my name when he was told it when we moved in when I was like 3. And until I was about 11, he called me Donald. And then one day his daughter corrected him, and it was all just very embarrassing. I'd just let it roll. I'd let it slide. But then one day, like 10 years later or whatever, his daughter corrects him, comes out to me and clarifies what my name is. And I said, no, it's not Donald, it's this. But it doesn't matter, I'm okay with it. Even though he'd called it me in front of a whole group of my school friends one day, and got a laugh. I said, oh boy, he's like in his 80s or 90s. There was I didn't see any harm in, I didn't see any value in embarrassing him or correcting him. But his daughter, who was just in her early 60s or whatever, insisted, and poor bloke. I didn't like that. That's awkwardness. Telling someone that they've had your name wrong for 10 years. Was I scrolling forward or backwards? In the house. Don as in Mr. I don't get it. Stones is a surname. I don't get the Don as in Mr. Is this a cultural reference that I don't get? Kevin Ireland, hello my friend. Is the 100 new? Kev O'Hara, I don't remember the 100. You've been changing your login. I remember you when you were, I think you were Man U or something. I didn't know whether it was Man United or Manchester University. What happened there? Hello, Gary. Where did I get Gary? Gary was, oh, he's next. That's where I got Gary. Sorry, I was saying hello to Kev and I got the name wrong. Fuck. Sorry. Gary Percy Lamont is present. Is that your real? Wow. Percy. Is Percy the real full thing, or is that an abbreviation? You're not a Perseus or a... what are the other ones? There are variations of some of these names. Like Gary isn't always Gary. Sometimes Gary is Garibald or Garibaldi or... there are other options. It's like when you meet a Perry, and I always ask them, are you a peregrine? And like 80 or 90% of the time they are a peregrine and they just don't admit to it. I love the name peregrine. I love it. I think if me and the missus had had a kid, there's a good chance we'd have gone with peregrine. Peregrine, Wolstenholme, Farquharson, and then my surname. If you want to be posh in Britain, you need at least 2 middle names. When you're on the cricket scoreboard, you need a first name and two initials, and then the surname. You always have to have at least one surname. I'm one of the plebs who doesn't have any middle names at all. And people, they'll always ask, no middle name? Yeah, when you're doing something official, courts and shit. It's like the Spanish have 2 surnames. You get one from your mum and one from your dad. and they follow through, and the male one takes precedence if you're male, and the female one takes precedence if you're female. And it's something I'm not an expert. I could be wrong on the specifics, but you carry forward. So people in the same family have different primary surnames. The female line kind of gets carried forward. The female name gets carried forward with the females. And the male name, the male line gets carried forward with the males. Who knew? It's Percival. Or are you just offering other options? Farcarson, good God, where are you going there? Here's another one. St. spelt St. John. ST, ST for Saint. STJOHN. St. John. There's another. I don't know if this is a peculiarly British one. Now that one that you've posted, St. John Smythe. I guess you're going for St. John. I would spell St. John as St. John. But yeah, Peregrine Wolstenholme, Farcarson, St. John Smythe. We had another thing that we did that I can't tell you because it gives away my surname. Hands up how many of you know my surname already. If you've watched my detractor channel, there's a guy out there that really hates me posting video. I've no idea whether he's posted anything recently. I stopped watching after I discovered it. I watched 2 or 3. I laughed, and then I just thought, fuck him. He got about 5 subscribers in 6 months. I wasn't going to promote him too much, but if you've seen it, you know my real name. But there's a thing we did where we joked. We would put, there's like 2 syllables in my surname, and we joked you could hyphenate, and it would work as 2 kind of separate names, as a double-barreled surname. If you know the name, you can probably work it out. Put the hyphen between the S and the H, but in the surname. If you don't know the name, maybe go find my hater channel. Go find the guy. I'm sure you'll have fun listening to him telling you what a cunt I am. I mean, some of you will know this. He's probably clipped every time I've said the N-word. Should I make his video, if he has clipped it all, should I make his video out of date by saying it again so he has to add another? Probably not. She's running in her sleep, which is nice because she can't run in real life. Hell, she can't even walk in real life. She can't even walk just with her front legs in real life. Hey baby, Daddy loves his girl, always. Always and forever. Have I ever mentioned I'm a cat person? How I've ended up owning a dog is bizarre. I'm loving her to bits. Fetching her and carrying her. Clearing her poo from off the bed. Changing pads and newspaper from under her. So she's not lying in her own mess halfway through the night. Trying to walk her every 3 hours, even though I'm the one doing all the work. And failing to walk her every 3 hours. Was it last night or the night before? We got to 11 o'clock and I said, oh, I'll walk you at midnight. I fucking fell asleep. The next thing I knew, it was 6 o'clock in the morning. Even then I couldn't really stir myself properly. It's kind of near a 7 before I got up and out with her. Failed as a doggy daddy. But at least the wound that she did get, where we had those couple of days where she was laying in her own mess and I didn't realise, those have healed. The hair hasn't fully grown back, but it's covering over. They've healed, it's covering over. And despite occasions like last night where she did pee the bed and then lay in the area, I think I managed to move the newspapers and the padding from under her to the point where she was laying on a dry patch rather than a wet patch. And I'm running out of newspapers. And pads. I do what I can, folks. I do the best I can with what I've got. About a week ago, we had another one where I'd fallen asleep and not woken up for 6 or 7 hours, and she'd peed, I don't know how many times, 2, maybe even 3 overnight. And the quilt was, she wasn't even on the newspapers or the padding. She was on the quilt. So I had to bring the quilt outside and put it in the sun for the day, dry it off. So dry it, let the ozone and the ultraviolet get to it and do as much disinfecting as the sun and the sun and the ozone can do. This is like a big Clive fucking stream, isn't it? Well, maybe I should buy an ozone generator for inside the tent. Some kind of ionizer or ozone producer. For those of you that don't know, bigclive.com. He's on YouTube and he's on Twitch. On YouTube, that's his main channel, almost 1.2 million followers. Electronics genius, buys shit, takes it apart, tells you whether it's good or not, just schematics, tells you whether it's dangerous or not. Over on Twitch, that's a live stream and it's more raucous. It's audience participation, silly questions coming in from all over the place, some fairly serious ones. People ask, oh, can you recommend what resistor I should use in this situation? What capacitor do I need for that? They get questions like that. But you'll also get questions saying, yeah, but aren't you just a big hairy puff? And he has to answer yes. It's more raucous. It's guys down the pub Saturday night. Currently he's off working on the Royal Edinburgh tattoo, is it called? Royal Edinburgh military tattoo. On the electrics, on the lights side of things, I believe. It's worth looking at on either YouTube or on Twitch, which is an alternate platform, twitch.com, or there's an app, Twitch. I struggle. Now I eventually get Twitch to work. It's Rumble I can't get to work on my phone here. Twitch I'm okay with. Rumble won't install in this region. I've tried getting the APK file from another source, but it's always too out of date to work. It never works properly. But I can just load it in a browser if I just open the browser and go to the website. But that's tedious. Who wants to do that? There's the Farcarson St. John Smythe. The St. John threw me because of the spelling. St. John is typically spelt within Britain. I don't know about if other countries do that different. I'm going to go top chat and then back to live chat just to check that chat wasn't frozen. It wasn't. You've just stopped talking to me, folks. We are 3 hours and 9 minutes in. As you know, I always aim for 4 hours because If I don't hit 4 hours, all of the post-processing that happens with the different resolutions and with the chat, what's it called, live chat replay, whatever they call it, they'll take 15 to 18 hours to process that if I don't hit 4 hours. These numbers might vary depending on the size of your channel. I'm sure that if Nick Rucater didn't do 4 hours, I'm still sure that his, if you get 10 or 20,000 people watching your live stream, I'm sure they're not going to wait 15 or 18 hours to post-process everything. But for me, being a minor channel, I don't think we've had more than 10 viewers at any moment in this. Today's a particularly low one. We normally hit like 15, 16, 17. And I say that and we drop down from 10 to 9. I scared you away. But today's been a particularly low viewership. Is there something going on? It's not like the World Cup final. I mean, that was a couple of Sundays ago and I fell asleep after it. There's one for you to go and watch, folks. You want to watch the last 2 hours of that 8-hour stream from 2 Sundays ago. I haven't. I daren't. I don't fucking look. I did delete a stream last week. That was last weekend, the Saturday one. I did not delete. I privated it because of my own misbehavior. I accidentally doxed somebody while saying, I don't know who the fuck you are. I don't understand your message. And yeah. Sent me a message in PayPal and I think I read his name out while saying, I don't get it, I don't understand, I don't know you. I also made a claim that I'd only ever blocked about 5 people. And when I finally found out how to get into YouTube Studio, so let me just explain that for a start. Every time I tried to go into the YouTube Studio website through a browser, it loaded up the app. The app hijacked, and the app was so limited. So I had to get in. At first I had to clear that and stop it from doing that and get into YouTube Studio. Then I had to find out where you go to find blocked users. And rather than being in the main panel of you have to go into settings, and then users, and then there's this kind of, it's not tabbed, there's this layered element, and you have to dig through it. And then I just found a place, and all it shows you is who's blocked. I had a few more than I thought. I had about 10, whereas I thought I had 5. Mainly, I blocked a few family members who came along and said some weird things that I'd rather not have them say. There are arguments going on amongst family back home and stuff. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I had about 10 blocked users. One of whom was Tommy Tombstone, who I have released from the blockage. What I don't get, see, I've watched Asmongold do this on, is he on Kick? I think he's on Kick. I watched him do this, and he gets, it tells you who's blocked somebody and when, and they can even have left a note about why, and you can see the comments from that day. I just get here's a bunch of names of people that are blocked. Do you want to unblock them? Delete them from the block list? Remove them from the block list? That's all I got. So I don't know which one of us clicked on him. I assume it's accidental, because Tommy Tombstone was always fine. He was never off colour, he was never aggressive, he was never nasty. I assume, could even be me, you're doing click, 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 and sometimes a menu just pops up out of fucking nowhere, and then you've done a click and you're aiming at something, but a screen pops up in between, and oh, you've clicked on something else. And sometimes it can happen so fast. Sometimes just a drop of moisture on the screen, I had one go crazy once on Big Clive, and about 10 different users in chat popped up, and the option to block was there, and I'm like, or to report maybe, and I had to get hold of one of the mods and say, my screen went daft. It's not me. I don't know what that was. Turns out none of them had been. The second click, the click onto the ban or block or whatever, or report, whatever, it had never happened. So it was just bringing up these screens. But yeah, no, Tommy Tombstone, I hope you're out there, mate. We're here. We're here for you. It's Friday, folks. Hold on, it's Friday. Folks have probably been to the pub, had a kebab and gone to bed. No, I mean, I do a stream every Friday. It's usually a little higher than this. We usually peak somewhere between 15 and 20 on the viewers, on the concurrent viewers. We don't often hit 20 on the thumbs up nowadays. We used to hit 30 or 40 in the early days. But I think YouTube was putting me out to more people. And I don't know, it might be my behavior with saying all the words. Or it might be that YouTube has settled in and I've kind of got my audience. And so when I go live, it's the same. It's kind of per many 11 or 12 from 20. There's maybe 20 regulars, but not everyone's here every time. And it's just the permutations of who's here, who's available, who's watching. But it's unusual not for me to hit like kind of 15 concurrent views. I say this like, I've watched Asmongold rip into people and say, oh, you're a failed streamer. You've been doing this for years. And I have. It's 2 or 3 years now. You've been doing this for years and you're only getting 11, 12, 20, 30. Anything under 50, he calls a failure. And I don't know. I guess I'm a little bit more niche. I don't have the production values that some have. And it's a tramp in a field, folks. I mean, how widespread an audience are you expecting? Yeah. You know, it'd be nice to have 10,000 concurrent users or concurrent viewers, whatever you want to call them. I just don't see it happening for a tramp in a field doing a live stream, especially a tramp with a beer in his hand, because some people object to that. Some people object vehemently. For anyone wondering, 40 cents. Maybe 41 nowadays. Inflation. I remember when they were 22 cents a can. I've been here 10 years. But yeah, 230, 240, 260. Those were the prices when I first got here for a 12 pack. I'm paying over the odds because I'm buying at the garage. In the supermarket, I went last Saturday, but I didn't buy beer because I bought that. It's not licorice; it's the other one, aniseed. I bought that aniseed, not even liqueur, that aniseed spirit. I got a little bit of that left. It's been a week. It's been a week, but it was a litre bottle, so I could see why someone could. But it was €7, 7.5 for a litre of 35% by volume. What's that the equivalent of? 35. That's 35 units. That's 12 pints of beer. English beer. That's not that bad, is it? Is that right? An English beer is like 2.5 to 3 units of alcohol, I think. So that's the ballpark. I could be off slightly with the maths, I don't know. But that's your ballpark. It's like 12, 13, 14 pints of English beer. It's not like I'm doing 2 bottles of vodka before breakfast every day, like some guys that I used to work with. That is my measure of a proper alky. If you're measuring your daily intake in terms of bottles, I got in an argument online the other day. There was a guy, I think it was Andy Cooks. He stopped drinking years ago because he was, and he was talking about drinking 2 or 3 bottles of wine a day, which is significant. But now if you're doing that each and every day, yeah, cut back. I'm not sure I would class that as alky. But then I got in a thread and someone said, if you're drinking more than 3 glasses a day, you're an alky. And that's fucking ridiculous. 3 glasses is, that's not like alky. That's not, it's ruining your life, it's taking over your life, you're homeless, you're living in a field. Now, because people do take this the wrong way, I'm not here in the field because I drink alcohol. I'm drinking because I'm in a field, and what else are you gonna fucking do? It's red hot all fucking day. It's 50 or 60 degrees in that fucking tent. You want a cold drink. Sometimes you just want to drink. I'll take out a litre, it's a litre and a half of water. I've currently got 4. I get about 3/4 of the way through the bottle, and then there's these remnants. And every few days I have to pour all the remnants back into another bottle and put it back in the freezer. And give it 5 or 6 hours. But I got in this argument about whether 3 glasses of wine was alky. And there was the one person who said it was like, no, you're killing us. 3 glasses of wine, you're killing us. Other people jump in with, no, you're arguing against people with real life experience. And I'm like, I'm having to remind them, you're in a thread where someone asserted, I'm not talking about the 3 bottles of wine, I'm arguing against 3 glasses of wine being alcoholism. Now, technically, alcoholism isn't defined. There's no proper real definition. This is one of the things that science looks at and laughs at. 3 glasses of wine. Now, if you need it every day, if you have I'm going to say there's 2 forms of alcoholism. There's a physical need. If you don't get it, you start getting the DTs, the shakes, and the sweats, and like the cold turkey. That's a physical dependence. But there's some people have kind of an emotional dependence. They just like to grab, at the end of a stressful day, grab a glass of booze of whatever it is. They've not even drunk it, but now they relax. That's an emotional dependence. But here's Garrett. I go through 2 litres of wine a night, damn. And I don't, what we're going to say, pick a number. 13% by volume would be at 12, 13, 14% of wine. Let's take a number like 12. Per litre, so 12% times a litre, that's 12 units. 24 units a day. If that's each and every day, that's a lot. That makes you a heavy drinker. 100, 150 units a week. That's a heavy drinker. I don't think it's alcoholic. It's not 2 bottles of vodka before breakfast each day and then whatever else happens at night or when you come home from work or whatever, like the guy I used to work with. And he was a functional alcoholic. He was an alcoholic, but but he managed to hold down a job. He managed to sit in the pub and sip on a half of beer for like 2 hours while we played pool and tell the barmaid I don't really drink. I'm only here with these youngsters, he says. He'd be about, I don't know, late 40s or 50. And we were 20. Was I 20 at the time? Maybe 20. I was headed for 21. But I don't think I was 21 yet. No. So we were kids. You know, we were knocking it back because young and dumb. But he was drinking 2 bottles of vodka before breakfast. And no one at work knew. I'm sure someone must have smelt it, but it didn't affect his performance on the job. That experience made that my benchmark. If you're measuring your alcohol intake in terms of multiple bottles of vodka per day, that's a proper alky. And yet he was functional. It's not like he missed work every second day or was turning up late. He was perfectly fine. He got up in the morning, got showered, got ready, got to work. Did his 12 hours at work. Did his hour and a half journey to work, 12 hours at work, and his hour and a half home from work. And yet that's not even proper full-on out. That's functional. That's not disrupting his life. Maybe his relationships. Waking up and drinking is a cause for concern. If it's a regular thing, I would say yes. If, like, you're on holiday and you get up and you have a Bucks Fizz at the bar at 10 o'clock in the morning after breakfast or something, no. But yeah, the whole bottles of vodka before breakfast. Yeah, it's an interesting topic because I've watched scientists who, let's say they had a family member who, you know, was the wrong side of the line, but they start to investigate and they look at AA, Alcoholics Anonymous. And Alcoholics Anonymous say, basically, if you've ever asked yourself, am I an alcoholic? Then you are. It's the most imprecise bullshit ever. So then the scientist goes off and tries to look for science to back up any of this. And there's none. Where's the line? What is an alcoholic? There's literally no definition. Now, years later, people get a fatty liver. And there's 2 forms of fatty liver, except there's not. It's a fatty liver. But then they'll try and assess, well, how much did you drink? And if you drank a lot, they'll say it's alcoholic fatty liver disease. And if you don't admit to drinking a lot, or if there's no evidence you drank a lot, they'll say it's non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. Do you know what the difference physically between the two is? Fucking zero. It's what you admit to or what they know about. And then doctors start this thing. They ask you how many units per week do you think you drink? And so you multiply the strength by the number of litres. This is what an alcohol unit is. Basically, 1 unit of alcohol is 10 millilitres, I think. Is that right? Which is why you can use percentage. 10 millilitres is 1% of the volume. So if you take the strength and you multiply by the number of litres, you get the number of units. That works. That's how the maths works. But doctors will double or triple whatever you admit to. So the reason I know this, folks, family connection, and also volunteered at a drug and alcohol rehabilitation place. But doctors will do whatever you admit to. So even if you go high, even if you tell the truth and work out the actual number, they'll double it or treble it. And that goes in your medical records. And if you end up with a fatty liver and there's evidence of too much alcohol, it's alcoholic fatty liver. I asked a doctor once, these people that spontaneously just get fatty liver and it's not alcohol, couldn't someone who drinks too much also get that? If it's a random thing in society that you can get this fatty liver, let's say that 5% of the population gets a fatty liver and it's got nothing to do with alcohol, couldn't someone who drinks a lot also be one of those 5%? How do you tell them apart? Oh, well, they drink. That's like the least scientific diagnostic I've ever fucking heard. You couldn't possibly get this random disease because you drink. No, bullshit. How are you telling alcoholic fatty liver disease apart from non-alcoholic fatty liver disease? They're basically just the same disease. It's basically, what's it called? It's the, there's a word to do with glands and secretions, and the one that they release when you eat. And it's a signal for the body to store things, and your body becomes resistant to it over time. Oh, words, the words are gone. I was talking so eloquently and now I can't remember the words. That's interesting, isn't it? Insulin resistance. The cells, so insulin is a signal to the body, hey, there's excess blood sugar, go get it, lads. The cells should take it, either use it or take it and store it as glycogen or whatever. Just store it. And after a while, imagine your body's like a warehouse and the signal goes out, put this into storage, and then there's no storage space left. So your body starts ignoring the signal to put into storage because like the warehouse is full. Then your liver kicks in as like an excess, it's like an overflow. Your liver will store that excess sugar, convert it, what's it called? Is it gluconeogenesis? No, that's to turn a fat into a sugar, is it? Anyway, your liver gets involved and stores fat within the liver. And it stores more and more and more. And eventually too much fatty liver disease. But there's many, many causes of it. Chickens get a thing where they become really fatty if they catch a certain virus. Who's to say humans don't also catch a certain virus and become very fatty on the liver? This is all I won't say unproven science, but it's basically uninvestigated science. But yeah, if non-alcoholic fatty liver disease affects a certain proportion of the population, why couldn't an alcoholic also have it? Why does his fatty liver disease have to be because of alcohol? Or what if he's just a heavy drinker and not actually an alcoholic? Where do we draw the line? Somebody tried to look into the science of it and found it all to be total bullshit. There's no science. I'm moving on. I'm going to catch up with your comments. Waking up and drinking cause for concern. There was, oh, it jumped. There was one bloke. It's jumped backwards. It's Friday, folks. Geez, I go through 2 litres of wine, yeah. About 8 cans of lager. 8 cans of lager would be, depending on the strength. So here, with 330ml cans at 5%, 3 cans would be 5 units, 5, 10, 15 units. That's like half a, yeah, that's about the equivalent of a bottle of wine. A little bit more maybe. Bottle of wine, half a bottle of vodka. Waking up and drinking costs. One bloke at a pub I used to go, and he would drink a bottle of gin before leaving his house for a night out every night. How he was alive is beyond my capability to comprehend. The body builds up a tolerance. If you do it slowly, over time, it's like with drugs. You know, the drug is, let's take heroin as an example. You use heroin for a while, suddenly it doesn't have the same kick, so you need more. And then you need more, then you need more. Then you go into rehab for a month, and you come out, and you go straight out, and you score with the dealer, and you take your regular amount, and it kills you, or half kills you. Because in that month or two that you've been away, you've lost your tolerance. And it's the same with alcohol. The liver and kidneys, and I think the spleen to an extent. I'm not 100% sure on the role of the spleen with blood. It produces blood, but I think it also filters it to some extent. These organs get better at doing their job. They will do it more and more the more they need to do it. So they get better over time. But if you then go into rehab and your body loses that tolerance, and then you take the old dose you used to take, and this can happen with alcohol or with heroin or with any of the other drugs that you've built a tolerance to, these guys end up dead. They're used to taking this huge dose because they've been doing it for years and years, but they don't realize their body's back to the stage of a beginner. They need to be taking a fraction of what they used to take. Need to is a wrong phrase, but oh, it's jumping, folks. It's jumping on me like. Okay, I guess some people can function better. I also had a workshop foreman who used to carry hoop flasks as one of the signs, isn't it? 24/7, but there's also never a problem at work. Never missed days, done his duty well. Some people carry a hip flask because it was given to them as a present or whatever. Now, if they're actually nipping at it all day through the day, yeah. But then again, hip flasks tend to be quite small. How much are you actually drinking? What's a typical volume of a hip flask? Let's ask Google. Volume of a hip flask, typical. I've got to go get another beer in a minute, folks. Excuse me. Typical volume of hip flask. I'm going to bet it's like, what, 250 or 300 mil? Ounces. Can we have it in a proper fucking milliliter? 240 mil. Quarter of a litre. Half a pint. Ish. Yeah. For Americans, litres and quarts. Near enough in human measuring terms. Quarter of a litre, quarter of a quart, therefore half a pint. For Europeans that don't know, a quart is a quarter of a gallon. A gallon is 8 pints, therefore a quart is 2 pints. 2 pints on a litre. Once you start doing fractions thereof, they're within, you know, we're not talking scientific tolerances, but we're talking human measuring tolerances. 240 mil, 8 fluid ounces. So a fluid ounce is 30 ml ish. Other common size has been 180 ml and 120, so they go smaller from there. Half a pint, quarter of a litre. It's a third of a normal bottle of spirits, if that's what you're drinking. It's a fair bit to be putting away while at work or whatever. But who knows how far he gets through it? Maybe he only drinks half of that in the day. But that's just the size of the flask. I used to look at, so there were things there were like gift sets you could buy. There was a hip flask, a tie clip. What else was it? A hip flask, a tie clip. One of those studs that goes through the tie, through your collar and through your tie. Oh, and cufflinks. You could buy sets of these things that all come together. So not everybody carrying a hip flask is like a raging alky. Just like not every tramp is. Having said that, I am about to go and get a can of beer, which will be, will that be the 4th? That might be the 4th. I think so. The first one lasted an hour and a half. The second one only lasted half an hour, or maybe an hour. This one's, I think I'm getting faster as the night goes on. But they are rather tepid and a little bit gross by the end. I am kind of hating them. That went over the bag. I'm hating them by the end. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to go off and get one more. I don't think I need a piece. I don't think I need to mute the microphone. Once I'm vertical, that might change. The pressure on the bladder and whatever might change all of a sudden. But I don't think so. If I need to, I'll come back and mute the microphone and then go and take care of that. But I think I'm okay. Tina is a good 18 inches behind me. Oh, standing up. Sorry for the flash of belly and chest. But, you know, what can you do? Okay. Oh. Hey Tina T. Hello baby girl. Hey, just a cuddle. Just a cuddle baby. I love you. Are you alright now? Are you okay? You've got water if you need it, yeah? You need water? It's here if you need it. You're okay. Tina's okay. Oh! More man flesh. I'll open it under the table. Oh. The tall cans, 2 bottles. What? Tall cans, what are tall cans? Like 500 ml? Okay. That was Don Stones. Oh! I'm still going to pretend that Don is Donald. Donald, where's your trousers? Let the wind blow high, let the wind blow low. Andy Stewart, was that? Maybe? Okay. We are 3 hours and 44 minutes in, and we've gone off on a big rant about alcoholism because that's just because some people accuse me of it. They see me drink and they think, oh, whenever we see you, you've got a can in your hand. And it's like, yeah. I'm talking for 4, 5, 6 hours. I need a bit of lubrication. Okay, 8 tall cans of lager equals 2 bottles of wine. Okay, depends on your definition of tall cans. In the UK, certainly a tall can would be a 500ml. Small normal cans would be 440. These 330. It took me forever to get used to 330ml or 33 centiliter, however you want to define it. It's like Coke can versus beer can versus big beer can. Hey babe, we're okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think she just was running in her dreams and smacked the water. You're okay, babe. Or it could be the other dogs. The other dog's barking over the road there. Up on the main road. Maybe it's that. There's a lady I pass every weekday on my way home from work, and she could easily say I'm a chain smoker. Yeah. Yeah. We all have our little foibles, our little... what's the word? There's a word for sins, isn't there? And then there's a word for small sins. It's not peccadillos, is it? No, that doesn't sound right. We all have our little, our little foibles, our little... I used to stop off at the pub, either on the way home from work or go to the pub after work, 5 days a week, maybe. If I didn't go so often in the week, I'd go out and have a breakfast, a full English somewhere on a Sunday morning with a friend. Oh, there's another sad tale. The last I heard, he's in a old folks home. And he wasn't that old. Rapid deterioration. Yeah. Vices, that's one word, that's an English word. It's not the word I was thinking of. The Spanish have a word for sins, and then they have an ito, or something similar, like for the small sins. Google, because my head isn't there. I know these things exist, I can try and give myself clues. I want to say peccadillos, but I don't. Spanish word for small sins. Peccadillos. Pecado is sin, P-E-C-A-D-O, pecado. Peccadillo is small sins. I can never get used to these different suffixes. I thought ito and ita was for small. Peccadillo. I had it right. I just doubted myself. It didn't sound right at the time. What can you do? Oh, do you know what I need to do? Oh, fuck. Phone's on 9%. And it didn't, I've got do not disturb, so it didn't plink or anything to warn me when it got under 15 or whatever. And now it's not going to plink to tell me that it's charging. It's a good job I checked. Fuck. Okay, folks, I got 12 of you here. I've only got 14 thumbs ups. I'm trying to provide some kind of entertainment, or at least discussion and debate, if not entertainment. I don't know. I don't know what you want from me. I'm going to bring you a little bit closer to me, so I don't have to shout so much. Makes my head bigger on screen as well. A bit of glare from the lamp, I can't help that. This lamp needs turning off. I don't know when that happens because, well, there's the other thing. Everything's wet. The dew point. We are there. Top of my fridge is very wet because it's cool inside. It doesn't seem to be as well insulated as you would imagine. So through the day it's using 60, 70, 80 watts, and it might not even lose temperature inside. That's just to maintain the cool temperature. That doesn't get any colder. That's where most of my power's going. It is in the sun now that the roof's gone. That's an issue. Tried to address it by, I used to put a cardboard box over the top, raise the cardboard box, but it was like the cardboard box was insulating it. Slightly better results just by putting a towel over the top. Bizarrely, I think bizarrely, but it seems to be slightly better results. If I could have found my spray bottle, I could have made a wet towel over the top would be better. Is your fridge a compressor? I had one of those thermoelectric ones. Kind of sort of worked for one summer, and then I left it outside over winter, and all of the good I got disconnected. I had a thermoelectric one. I left it outside over winter, and in the damp, all insects came inside and clogged up all the workings, and you can't get to them to clear it out. The workings are in two elements. So the lid is like a double layered thing, and a lot of the workings are inside the lid. And then on the underside, like inside the food area, is another compartment with a little box around it. Both got infested, and I could clean out the area in that under the lid area, but within the lid I couldn't get to it. And so I mean it was dragging the temperature down from like 30 degrees down to like 14, you know. But no, this one, the one I've got now, this is a proper compressor fridge freezer. But even that, because it gets so hot inside the tent, well, when the tent had a roof, it got so hot inside, that was reaching its limits and couldn't get me down below zero. There's a maximum how much it can cool below ambient, and it's something like 40, maybe 50 degrees. And when the tent gets that hot, you can't get down below zero. So I've never actually managed to like make proper ice in there. I kind of sort of almost, I turned beer into a slush puppy once. That was in late spring, before it got like stupid hot. So I would say that it's 40 or 50 degrees below ambient it can get to. But it can end up using a lot of power. Normal usage, like in springtime and whatever, it was using like 30 watts. And it was only using that for some fraction of an hour, a fraction of each hour whenever it was on. Now it's running at 60, 70 watts, sometimes 80 watts. And it's running almost continuously if I let it. So I've had to relax my settings. I set it to sometimes to 3 degrees, sometimes to 5. When it gets there, I turn it off to preserve power and charge up the EcoFlows. Yeah, not a fan of those thermoelectric ones. They used a lot of power and didn't really deliver. So yeah, when I had to repurchase. Here I'm a tramp in a field, and I've got like excess equipment that I decided wasn't up to the job, and that's just cast aside. Like old solar panels. I've thrown fans away, although they did come from the bin in the first place. But the old cool box, it was an electric cool box that could also heat. I have wondered whether to get rid of the insect infestation. It's mainly old shells, old husks of insects. I've wondered about putting it into the heat setting and setting that going, whether that would like cook them off, but I don't think it gets to a high enough temperature. The idea is that you put warm food in, you know, if you're doing like Meals on Wheels or something. I think we've got husband and wife arguing over there somewhere. I think he might have just slapped her one. Tina's not happy. There was a slapping noise and she went from being noisy to being quiet, and then he... People on holiday in apartments with a balcony at just 2 in the morning, nearly. It is 2 in the morning, folks. A slushy lager in 40 degrees C heat sounds like heaven. Yeah, I can't get there now. That was before it got stupid hot. But yeah, yeah. Now I can't really get below 3 degrees, which is still fridge temperature-esque. It's the top end of what you would want a fridge to be, I think. I think I've seen some people say 0 to 3. I've seen others say 0 to 5. We'd argue. But mine will peak at some points in the day at 9 or 10. If I haven't got the power, they might get higher, 12. But this, like I said, that's not the temperature of the food. That's the air temperature at a specific location within the... So that goes up and down more. I said this in a post, in a video. Somebody did a video reviewing electric fridges and freezers and things, and the guy just set it going with nothing in and a thermometer in the bottom corner, and I'm like, what is that even? He got it to a temperature, and then he turned it off, and he wanted to see how well it held the temperature for 24 hours. And you're like, how unrealistic is that? That's just a box of air. Stick 10 litres of water and 10 litres of beer and put in some, I don't know, frozen fruit or veg or something. Then turn it off and see how well it holds its temperature. It's a totally different... Once you've got the thermal mass down to a temperature, it's not going to move up or down as fast as air will. That's just a silly... It's a false test. You buy a chest freezer, like a proper real big chest freezer, the first thing they tell you, pack it full of bottles of water. Freeze. You want bottles of ice. And as you fill it up with food, remove the bottles of ice. What you don't want is like a power cut and your chest freezer's only a quarter full of food. If you'd got a load of, I don't know whether you're going to go 2 litre or 8 litre bottles of frozen water, obviously don't have a full bottle and freeze it. You want it like 3/4 filled or 4/5 filled and then freeze it. But that's what you want. You want bottles of ice in your chest freezer to make up the thermal mass, to fill it. If you need to put more food in, you can take the bottles of fucking ice out and you know, put them in the fridge or whatever, just to make your fridge more efficient, or cuddle them if it's a really hot day in Spain. Which is what I do when I take a bottle of water out of the fridge. I spend the first 5 minutes either me cuddling it or Tina cuddling it. Then I drink about a quarter of it, and then I put it back, you know, either cooling Tina or cooling me. Thermal mass, it's a thing. Yes, it's going to take longer to cool down your freezer, when it's full of water. Don't just have loose water, have it in bottles, obviously. But thermal mass, it's a thing. Okay, folks, we're coming from 4 hours. We've now actually got the most viewers we've had all night. So I'm happy to go on a bit longer. I've currently got a drawer full of these freeze pop things, like ice pops, like frozen, coloured and flavoured water. And you bite the top corner and suck on them for about an hour while it melts in your hand. That's what we did. You're supposed to cut the top off and pop the whole thing up and suck on them. Languages, yeah, wordings vary across the world. We would call those ice pops, if that's what we're talking about. It's like a rectangle, kind of a tubular rectangle of a thing. You got those other ones that were like a cardboard, what were they called? It wasn't a dodecahedron, but it was reminiscent of a dodecahedron. Triangular sides and about 8 of them. Those things from the corner shop, is that Sparky? Yeah, yeah. Ice pops, I would have called them, but yeah, okay. It's probably even a regional name thing, isn't it? We have different words. Where I'm from, the first 15 years of my life, we called sweets spice. Has there got any spice on there? I moved to another area and they asked, have you got any tots? And to me, tots meant children. No, I'm like fucking 15. Why would I have children? Regional variations, folks. It's not just accents. It is verbiage. It is the slang that we use for things. It's always fun when you meet a brick wall when you've got no idea what someone's talking about. Has there got any talk? Has there? That's where I'm from. Has there got any? Has there got any spice? Have you got any tots? Was when I moved. It's like the difference between thoven and tuven. In Yorkshire, it's the tuven, the oven. It's not even the tuven, it's just tuven. Dinner's in tuven, which is the oven, but abbreviated. The becomes T apostrophe oven, tuven. In Lancashire, it's thuven. Your food's in thuven. Even a simple word like the. If a friend knocked on the door and asked if I was playing out, it was 50-50 whether he would ask whether I was playing out or whether I was laking out. Is he laking out? They'd ask my mum. There you go, mum and mum and mom. Mom is the American thing. England, either mum, if you're posh it's mum, but if you're from where I'm from it's mam. Which is more directly related to the root of the word. It's from mammal and mammary gland. Your mam is the person who suckled you. Hey mam. My mum always preferred the word mam. I outgrew it at some point when I don't know. Because we moved to a different area and then maybe because I went to university. Maybe I wanted to fit in. I don't know. We changed from mam to... I changed from mam to mum. Polite society, polite conversation maybe. Mam is in some circumstances considered vulgar. And yet the Queen, Elizabeth, so not this current King's Consort one, the actual Queen, people would address her as ma'am, and she would say, no, it rhymes with ham, not with farm. It's not ma'am. She would say it was ma'am. It's interesting. See, in Yorkshire, we also had like a here we go. When you go to France and Spain, and you notice that they have a polite you, they have like this formal or polite you and an informal you. They have different words for you for whether you're addressing, when you're addressing an older person or a statesman or authority figures, you're supposed to use one word. And when you're addressing someone of your own level or just a normal pleb in the street, you've got this more coarse, kind of almost more vulgar word. Yorkshire has that. And we have thee and thou and thy. Shut thee face. Oi, thee, what did that say? I think we're the only area in Britain that maintains that secondary, I don't want to say impolite, but that more down to earth you and yours and yeah, thee, oi, thee over there, shut thy face or else. Best example I can give from childhood. But I wasn't a big one. I wasn't a big proponent of that particular. I was one of the posh kids that didn't really talk like that, or at least got told off if I did talk like that. Understood it, could say it, did say it, but watched my P's and Q's usually. Some people went to school and were saying it, and the teachers would be telling them off left, right, and centre. It's interesting though, yeah? How your lowly Yorkshiremen are doing all these and thous and ma'am, and the Queen wanted to be addressed as ma'am, not ma'am. Doesn't rhyme with farm, rhymes with ham. Ma'am. It's the same with the Bible. It's full of these and thys and thous. It's how God spoke, allegedly. God, Yorkshire, it's obvious, because it's God's country. You see, I have just proven it. Fuck, what a dick. I can't get the damn the cornetto song out of my head. Just one cornetto, give it to me. Delicious ice cream. Just for me? No, not just for me. Can't have been that. You can't rhyme me and have that be a useful rhyme, surely. Just one cornetto, give it to me. Delicious ice cream from Italy. There you go. Do you remember? I remember when cornetto first came out. I also remember the Boddington's beer advert that took the piss out of the cornetto advert some 20 years later with Mel. Oh, what was she called? Mel. That was with Des O'Connor. Des O'Connor and Mel. Didn't she co-host The Big Breakfast for a while? But she also carried Des O'Connor when he did that awful dinner time or early afternoon show. Man, he was terrible. My in-laws wouldn't hear anything against him. I kept telling them she's carrying him. It's not Mel Gedroych, that's somebody else. Mel. Hold on. Someone said, no one said it already, no. Yeah, well, I'll tell you, okay. Let me tell you something about modern ice cream. I picked about 15 out of a bin one day. So the petrol station used to have a bin around the back. Well, it wasn't theirs, it was public, but obviously they threw stuff out. They threw out things like whole bags of the beans. What's the American coffee cafe company with the green. There's a lady and the waviness. They had whole bags of these beans that they throw out. But that one day they threw away. They also throw out donuts and things. But one day they threw out more ice cream than I could carry. I filled a bag just with these ice creams. And you know what? I stored them in a hedge over here. I ate about 5 that first day. Good sized. And they were cold, obviously the first day, but I stored them. And overnight, and I went in the next day thinking they'd just be, you know how proper ice cream, when it melts, you've got like about 1/10 of, because of the air bubbles in it, you've got nothing, it melts to nothing. No, I went in the next day and they were still full. They weren't cold, but they were still like a rich foam. Edible, you know, like a mousse. And the day after, I had another 5. Still, modern ice cream doesn't melt in the same, it doesn't do that. It is just it's a mousse that they serve to you cold. And if it gets warm, it just sits there and stares at you. It's just the same, but not cold. These were one of the big brands as well. Name the big brands. Somebody and Somebody. American. My head today is just not working. What's the biggie? It's 2 blokes' surnames or whatever. Häagen-Dazs. There you go. Told you they're American. Sounds very German. But these were Häagen-Dazs. They didn't melt. For 2 days they just sat and stared at me. You open them up thinking, surely by now, Spanish, summer, surely by now it's going to have dissolved to nothing, you know, melted to, no, it's still just a rich creamy foam, just not cold. It's got nothing to do with ice cream. It's like a marshmallow. Frozen dessert on all packaging, and that's the reason. Nobody's told me the name of Mel. Mel from the Big Breakfast, and she was a babe. Mel co-starred Des O'Connor. I'm not even going to type out all of the Des O'Connor. Oh, Melanie Sykes. I had S, didn't I? Wasn't I saying sis? I think I was saying sister. Yeah. Today with Des and Mel. I can't tell you how much she carried him in that. He'd be stumbling over his words and not reading the cue cards and getting his links and she'd be stepping in and kind of propping him up. Kind of sort of embarrassing to watch. Don't get me wrong, I quite like Des O'Connor, but I think he was too old by this time. Not sure how old he was. Should I look that up? How old was he when they did that program? Show more. Ask anything. How old was Des O'Connor? Not 2 C's. No, not 2 C's. 2 N's. At that time. See whether it can keep the context. '70 to '74 during the run of that show. Yeah. How old was he when he died? How old at death? I don't think it was too much later. 88 at death. 74. So 14 years later. Oh, he died in the middle of COVID. Was it from COVID? No. Okay, hold on. Passed away peacefully in his sleep at hospital in Slough. Slough, that's the rough end of Windsor. Following a fall at his home a week earlier. Active in entertainment for 65 years. Yeah, I don't want to diss his like his entire his entire career. Why does that not turn off? I'm just saying that at the time he did Des and Mel, I think he was struggling. She was carrying him. Like Pringle, not made from potatoes. FDA stopped them using chips as a label. Yeah, Pringles is made, isn't it? Well, it isn't potato, isn't it mashed potato? It's not a potato slice. Isn't it you make mashed potato and you put it into kind of molds and isn't that? So it's not that it's not a potato product. It's just not a fried raw potato. Zap Sparky's gotta go. Gotta get my beauty sleep for Scruff stream. Laters, everyone. Yeah, like I said, I think Scruff's going short tomorrow, so I might offer to do a follow-on stream like last weekend. We'll see what the reception's like. Powder mishmash chemical. Yeah, okay, that could well be true. Yeah, you take rather than mashed potato, you take the powdered mash. Yeah, that would work, wouldn't it? Powdered mash in a mold, add a certain amount of either oil or water, heat it or do something to dehydrate it, add water to congeal it or mush, and then remove water to set it. Could you do that on an industrial scale, or am I just making that up? But you just know from the way that they all just fit together with that little curl that they have in 2 dimensions, that it curls this way and that way, and then they all just sit on top of each other precisely. All that precise, yeah, no, that couldn't possibly be kind of natural, could it? I want to cross my legs, but I can't get one over the other under the table. My hips are kind of seizing up, folks. We're on 4 hours. Well, we're just over 4.25 hours. Pressurized into shape. Okay. Excuse me. That's still the rabbit stew burps from this morning. Unbelievably. Can you believe all the times I've sat here with a big lantern on here and the fairy lights there? No policeman's ever come down here to see what's what. Oh, excuse me. I've now developed the hiccups. Or hiccups, if you will. I prefer the hiccup spelling. Pressurized into shape, said Atari. Hello, Atari. Did I say hello when you arrived? I think those are your first 2 or 3 posts, yeah? Okay, like Pringles. There was Zap Sparky going. Cheers, mate. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by. As we transitioned, here at least, from the week to the weekend. Whoop, I almost hit the PayPal link by accident. That would have ruined the stream. It is now 2:20, so the UK is 1:20. East coast of the US. What's that? 8:20, maybe? 8:20 on the East Coast, I think. And then add an hour for every time zone you are across from the east. Oh, the 6-hour time difference might be central. Is it a 5-hour time difference between me and the east? Mr. Russell Berry steps in. Hi, everyone. Hello, Russell. Hello, hello. Look at this. We're on 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I've now got the highest concurrent users. Okay, that just ended. I think that was zapped. That's probably zapped Sparky leaving. We got up to 14 not contiguous. What's the word I'm looking for? Not consecutive, not continuous, not consecutive, contemporaneous. There's a word. Is that the word they use? Is that the word that YouTube use? Contemporaneous viewers. I think it is. Contemporaneous. These are all good words, all the con words. Contiguous, consecutive, contemporaneous. Consecutive, that was another one. I don't know if I mentioned that one. Okay, folks. Thumbs up if you didn't already, because why not? What are we going to talk about? We're over the 4-hour mark, so I've met my minimum requirement. It's not exactly like a contracted requirement. It is just so that YouTube stroke Google do the post-processing that we would like, as soon as we would like. I should have been looking at the sky for like the Perseids meteor shower. And in a few days from the east, we will get Saturn again. On the east, just above the horizon. And a few days after that, you'll be able to spot it definitively because it'll be just near the moon. The 4th of the month, I think. Who was I watching? Dr. Becky. Folks, if you like your astronomy, your science, your astrophysics, she's an astrophysicist. Dr. DR, probably a space, and then the name Becky, as in Rebecca shortened, I assume. Although nowadays, not all people with the diminutive form of a name have the full form. So, for example, not everybody who calls themselves Frank is actually a Francis. Not everybody who calls themselves Ben is either a Benjamin or a... What's the other guy? Hold on. If you're not a Benjamin but you're a Ben... What's the guy with the cheekbones? Oh, come on, you know this. Ben. In his younger days, he played Stephen Hawking, I think. But Sherlock Holmes, come on, Holmes, Sherlock. The TV series, Sherlock. He's a Bender something or other. He's not a Bender, but he's a... Oh, fuck, do I have to look this up? I almost had it, Benner something or other. So there are two ways to be a Ben, and one of them is Benjamin, but the other's not, and that's not the click I wanted to make. Sherlock TV series. Sherlock BBC. That's him. What the fuck's he called? Benedict. There were no Benedicts at school when I was there. In fact, the only Benedict I had ever heard of was Benedict Arnold probably until Cumberbatch came along. Benedict. I don't even know the full story of Benedict Arnold. Didn't he warn the Americans that the British were coming? Was he on their side or was he on our side? Ex-Benedict's named after him. for whatever that gets you. I'm not sure. I've gone off on a rant or a ramble and I don't know why. Why am I talking about Eggs Benedict? Can I even describe Eggs Benedict? It's a what do you call the eggs that you just cook in water? It's one of them with a hollandaise sauce, maybe? I can't remember the... Look, my head is... I cannot connect the dots at all tonight. Make a whirlpool, crack an egg, drop it in the middle. Put that on toast and put some hollandaise sauce. Now, hollandaise, can I remember what hollandaise is? No. It's Holland. It's a bit like mayonnaise, yeah? Is it an egg and oil thing? It's not one of the ones that starts off with bechamel and goes on. What you got there? You got bechamel and then mornay. Bechamel is a roux, so flour and a fat, butter usually, flour and fat, and then you stir. You take your roux and you stir in some milk, bit by bit. Then you add. Well, that's a bechamel. A bit of nutmeg or something. If you put cheese in, it becomes a mornay. But I don't think that's what's on Egg Benedict. Hollandaise is egg. Is it egg and oil? Whoa! Something just went bang. I think I've got some eggs that are so old in my tent that they're starting to explode. I think that might be true. But it's also possible it was just a plastic water bottle contracting in the heat. Where's Farmer when you need him? Yeah, when we need the food, fucking... Where is he? Farmer, get your ass in here. Oh, Jack Attack to fact check me. Eggs Benedict. Toast. Poached egg. That's what I was looking for when you do it in water. Poached egg and it's a hollandaise sauce. I just don't remember what hollandaise is. It's egg yolk. Is it not just egg yolk? Egg yolk and oil would be mayonnaise. What's hollandaise? Fuck. Okay. This is why we have Google, folks. Bear with me. Are we going with double L in hollandaise? Is that hollandaise? A-I-S-E? I spell it correctly. Hollandaise sauce, food. French recipe, egg yolk, butter and lemon. I went with egg yolk. I said egg yolk and did I say oil or fat? I mean, butter would be close, wouldn't it? And then the lemon juice, okay. Let me just double check my Eggs Benedict idea then. Toast, poached egg, hollandaise sauce. Oh, 2 halves of an English muffin. You see, you say English muffin, but they're not English. We don't know what the fucking English muffin is. 2 halves of a tea cake. Topped with oh, there's bacon or ham as well, okay. A poached egg and hollandaise sauce. I'm going to say I was 90% of the way there. We'd argue toast versus English muffin. Is the English muffin toasted? There's a question. We're getting in the weeds. Hollandaise, butter and egg, rather than like an oil and egg. Although I could argue that butter's just a fancy oil. The bacon, I missed the bacon or ham. I was close. I knew it wasn't a bechamel or a mornay. I thought it was egg and oil, egg and butter, and then lemon. Lemon. It's full egg though, not just egg yolk. The full egg. Vinegar mayonnaise. That's like a salad cream in England. Vinegar mayonnaise. That's a salad cream. So it's butter. Butter. I guess. What's the difference between vinegar and lemon juice? Depending on which kind of vinegar you use. They're not that. It's an acid, isn't it? So you want a fat, and you want an egg, a fat, and an acid. And you can argue vinegar versus lemon. You can argue olive oil versus butter. I'd argue. I just like to argue sometimes. What can I say? 4.5 hours in, folks. Here we go. We got 16 thumbs up. I'd like to see 20, but I always like to see 20. I rarely do. But cheers. Anyone out there that hasn't yet realised that they haven't hit the thumbs up, consider it. It's not necessary. It's not compulsory. Anyone who's got a few quid extra in their pocket, pounds, dollars, euros, you might consider a donation to a tramp living in a field, I guess. There is a pinned link. I think nowadays it's at the bottom of chat. For me, it's at the top across the screen. But that's not not compulsory. Only if you've got it. Only if you want to. Only if you like me. It reminded me last weekend again. If we've had beef, then probably not. I think I might do a vote. If we go live tomorrow, we might do a vote about Matey Boy. I can't remember his handle now. Begins with a B. My intention was to not see his posts when I was on Scruff Dogs. What I didn't realise was that same setting carries over, and if he comes over here, he's banned. Kind of wasn't my intention. I just didn't want to see this one guy's posts. Week after week after week, he got obstreperous, radical politics in the middle of Scruff Dog's stream. I was asking the mods to just ban the bugger. And then last weekend, Saturday, Scruff raided me. I went live and he passed the audience over, and the guy found out he was banned. I didn't even know that the same setting carried over. I thought that when I'm on someone else's site and I say block this user, I thought I was just blocking them so I don't see them on that one site. I didn't want to like never see him ever again. And then he comes to my site and finds he's banned, blocked, whatever you want to call it. I might unblock him. As long as he behaves. I'd do a vote if I knew how. Now that I've got access to YouTube Studio, I think there's a separate, like a live studio that I could load on the tablet that gives me access to such things. I don't know, I've never done it, I've never used it. But I could read up on it, I could give it a try. And maybe. Put vinegar into water when poaching eggs to keep the egg whole. I have heard this, but I've also heard other people say it's an old wives' tale. Some just say get the water hot enough. Some say dip the egg while it's still in its shell, dip that in the water for kind of 10 seconds before you crack it and pour it. Other people say, well, what's the one? Well, that might just be boiled eggs. put like a drawing pin, put a small hole in the wide end of in the. We're gonna go all Gulliver's Travels, folks, all Lilliputian. They had a war, didn't they, about whether you're a big Endian or a little Endian, and these terms have held on since Jonathan Swift, was it, Gulliver's Travel? Probably in 17 fucking something or other. Since he wrote the book, the terms big Endian and little Endian have been adopted in computer science, computer terminology. If you're going to have 2 bytes of data, so you want to have a really big number, let's say your 2 bytes, your byte can only show a number between 0, 255. Yeah, you get 256 options. So 0 to 255. You want to show a bigger number, you need 2 bytes, which essentially gives you 256 times 256, which I believe comes out at 64,000 and something or other. I don't recall the details. But you've got 2 bytes. Which is the big end? Which is the one like doing the thousands, and which is the one doing the smaller numbers? It's arbitrary which one you choose. In a programming language, it's arbitrary. You could go. So is the first byte the big end? Is this the hundreds, the thousands, the millions, or whatever you do, or is this? You could have this be the big end. So yeah, the terms big Endian and little Endian have endured into computer science. That's my casual explanation of it. But it's to do with bits and bytes. And of course, that would only be a 16-bit number. A byte is 8 zeros or ones. Nowadays, computers run on 64-bit processors. That was my 16-bit rendition. You can go not just 4 times, it's 4 kind of orders of magnitude to the power of 4. You can take that 64,000 and whatever it is probably 65,000 and whatever. You can take that and multiply it by itself 4 times. Hold on, have I got that right? That was a 16-bit, yeah, for 64, yeah. 64-bit computing. How long before we go 128-bit? I think maybe 10 years away. Do we have a need for it? That's the only question. Do we have a need for 128-bit computing? I think AI might take us there. Imagine instead of these big data centers out there doing all the AI shit, imagine somebody creates the model, you download the model onto your and you're running your own AI locally. You're not doing all the training. Somebody else does it and creates it, but then you store it and access it. And there was once upon a time processing music files, sound. Just doing sound on a computer was its limit. If you remember the Sound Blaster days, just doing sound on a computer was a real limit. And then doing like music, and then MP3s came along and kind of simplified things, kind of sort of. And then video was the next big hurdle. I got a bus going by. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and I've got a standard service bus going past. And then video was the next big thing. Could a computer handle video? And MPEG-4 was probably the big hurdle, the big. Then you had people wanting lossless compression and stuff. So when it go back to music, you go back to like Og Vorbis and stuff like that. Lossless compression rather than MP3, which loses overlapping notes. You lose the bottom note. But video was a major hurdle for home computers and standard computers. What's the next big hurdle? Video processing. So not just displaying videos, but creating and editing videos, I guess, was a big hurdle. But what now? Most people who do any kind of AI graphic-y stuff, you're asking ChatGPT or whoever to do it, and then you just download the results. Bing. I had a Bing thing that did a thing. You ask them and it happens in the cloud, and then you're just downloading it. You're not doing the processing. What's the next big hurdle for processing on your own PC? It's got to be AI, hasn't it? Whether it's creating the model or just running the model that's been created elsewhere. Daniel Defoe. Oh, did I say Swift? Hold on. Swift was Robinson Crusoe, maybe. Probably. Did I get the wrong author? I did that the other day, didn't I? I was talking about Tolstoy and I started talking about orcs. Tolkien. Tolstoy. Who knew? What a dick. I just did it again. Daniel Defoe. Is it really? Did I get it wrong? Did I get that wrong? I mixed up my Robinson Crusoe and my Lilliputs. Yeah. I'm just going to type Lilliput author. Lilliput was, okay, Jonathan Swift was Gulliver's Travels. That's the name of the book, I just couldn't get there. And Robinson Crusoe was Daniel Defoe. Does that mean I got it right in the end? I don't remember the exact conversation. I don't remember where I was. Oh, look at him with his big wig. Right, okay, Defoe was Crusoe. So between the two, I knew between the two authors, those were the two books, and I knew that. I may have misspoken and got the wrong one, the wrong author with the wrong book. But actually, I'm not sure I did. Just because I might have done something doesn't mean I did do something. I'll have to watch. I'll have to watch back tomorrow and see. You are right. I was wrong. Okay. Which way round were we? Swift was Gulliver's Travels. Defoe was Robinson Crusoe. All right. No worries. We all do it. I did it. Like I said, I did it myself the other day. Remember, MP3 compression was the thing. Then cloud, now AI. And as we become, see, the internet is probably just going to become more and more resilient over time. Isn't that? I think that's a little too bright now. I think over time, the internet will be. So do you remember how patchy it was when we were on dial-up? And then we were all waiting for ADSL, asynchronous digital subscriber line. I was waiting for that for years and years. I had a business plan and we were looking to rent property and open a cyber cafe. And it was dependent on ADSL. And I'm talking to people and nobody knew what that meant. And I spoke with a marketing lecturer. So I just left Lancaster Uni. And I said to the marketing tutor, the lecturer, how I thought a cyber cafe would be like the next big thing. And he said, but everyone's getting their own internet. I'm like, no. City centre. You're out. You're in town. This is before mobile phones were big. This was 1998. 10 years before the iPhone. Okay? You're a student. Lancaster. It's a university town. What's the students? They're in town. They've gone shopping. Maybe they're on the razzle. They're on the beer. whatever. They want to check their internet. They want to check their email. They want to come in and do a bit of this or that. We could have equipment that they wouldn't have had. We could have better printers. We could have had A3 printers instead of A4. We could have had devices, but the whole thing was based around not having one phone line per computer and doing dial-up, because that was shit. We waited and we had this business plan set. We were ready to rent lease a building, and the landlord seemed keen, but we couldn't push the button until we got ADSL, and BT dragged their feet like shit. So yeah, dial up then ADSL. Now it's all just mobile broadband. You can get, even though your mobile broadband isn't as fast as fiber optic, which is the next step up, isn't it? Even though it's not as fast, most mobile data services are perfectly acceptable. If you get 4G plus 5G, I'm sat in a field, yeah? I got no line. It's all just mobile broadband. As far as I know, I'm broadcasting out, I think it's 720p. Very few disconnects or hiccups. The software reconnects fairly straightforwardly if there are any hiccups. These are kind of the evolution of the internet and of computing. But what's the next big step for computers themselves? I think it has to be AI running on your own machine rather than in the cloud. The guys in the cloud develop the model. You download a big chunk of data to a hard drive, and then you run everything. You create the images and the videos, and creating videos with AI is going to be huge. It already is pretty big. But you're creating the prompts and sending them off up to the cloud. Running that shit on your own machine. Having it be more private. Not giving your ideas. Those prompts that you type in, that they're harvesting and saving and learning from, doing it on your machine is going to be a major step. Whether it's video, whether it's graphics, whether it's text, these AI stories that I listen to, these AI sci-fi stories, again, somebody has the AI model out there, you type in a prompt, I want a story where Earth gets invaded and this happens and that happens, and it just outputs an outline. And then maybe you feed that outline into another AI to pad it out and give you the full story structure, the names of the characters and all of the. They're always called Sarah Chen or Jake Morrison or Marcus Webb, Eleanor Vasquez. There's now an Okonkwo. I digress. If ever any aliens attack Earth, make sure that we've got a Sarah Chen somewhere in the seniority. Possibly with a Jake Morrison. That could be a husband. Marcus Webb. That could be their child. I don't know. When the aliens arrive, they need to know who they're up against. Sorry, I've gone silly. But those AI story generators, AI graphic generators, AI video generators, AI narrators, do that on your own machine rather than giving the prompt up there so that it can help the next guy do his thing. You want to do your thing, and you don't want anyone else to know what you did or how you did it. For me, I think that's you follow the progression of computers. That's these AI data centers that they're building at the minute. I think they're a stopgap. Unless big tech stops producing better and better computers, I honestly think they're a stopgap. These big data processing, data warehouses, whatever you want to call them, these AI farms. You want them to produce a model, you want to download it for a fee, and then you want to use it locally, run it locally. In my humble opinion, that's the next big step. We went from like Sound Blaster, just making squeaks and squawks, to CD quality sound with MP3 or approximating CD quality sound. Then we repeated with lossless compression. Then we went video, quite lossy. Then we're going more lossless on video and audio and all of that. The next big step for what you do on your computer is going to be the AI stuff. I think those AI data center things they're a stopgap. They might even be a false economy in the long run. I've got a couple of welts on the back of my left calf. Anyway, what do you think? What's this power over Ethernet? I don't know about power over Ethernet is a thing. PoE. So your Cat 6 or Cat 7 cables, I don't know if Cat 7's out yet, Cat 6 is, carries power. So you can essentially power your computer or your monitor. I don't know what the specs are for how much power comes over it, but yeah, if you've wired your house with the right cables, you wouldn't need to plug your computer in per se. It would get its power over the data cable, essentially, like USB does for your phone or tablet, but bigger. I don't know. I haven't heard of power over internet. That would be a new concept, and would rely on what? Can you do fiber? Can you do electric over fiber? It's just light, isn't it? I don't know how that would work. I'm going to go power over Ethernet, rather than power over internet. Unless Elon starts doing microwaves from his satellites. If you have a microwave dish, that's the only way to send power wirelessly over distance. As far as I understand it, I guess laser theoretically could. I just don't think we can yet. Microwave, and if you watch big towers, like the British Telecom tower with all the discs, all the dishes, not discs, dishes on the. But if a bird flies between those when they're doing the whole microwave thing, the bird cooks and drops out of the sky. So microwave power transfer will it needs to be spot on, it needs to be guided. Are you a fan of Elon Musk, Mike? Yes and no. He's achieved some remarkable things, but he's overpromised and underdelivered on so many things. I would quote full self-driving as the biggie. But some of the cars, the like the fucking Cybertruck, what he promised and what he delivered are very, very different things if you go back and look at it. And that thing's not legal in Europe or the UK. Sharp edges. You slam that. You know, have you ever, when you were a kid, You ever get your hand caught in a car door when someone slams it? And it hurts like fuck, and it swells up and it bruises for a few days, but you're all right. You do that with a Cybertruck and your fingers fall off. So many sharp edges, and people will. There are videos of people chopping veg with the boot, the trunk. It's not really a trunk, is it? Because of the no. I'd tell a lie. It's the front. It's the hood. It's the bonnet. It's kind of a pickup truck-esque thing. They've still got the tailgate with the sharp edges and things. But no, the front, because the batteries are elsewhere. The front is a. There are people chopping vegetables with the with the bonnet stroke hood. And if it was your fingers, they'd be gone as well. What he promises and what he delivers. How many years ago were we supposed to be on Mars already? Wasn't it by now we were supposed to have like a city with 1 million people on Mars? If it's not yet, it should have been underway already. And the guy's going to land rockets in the middle of a city. Just look at where they launch them from now. They launch them from coastal regions 5 or 10 miles away from the nearest village. They're not launching them and landing them in the middle of a fucking city. Why? Rocket fuel's kind of toxic. And explosions kind of cause damage. And rocket fuel and explosions are kind of, they're not exactly synonymous, but they're not too far separated. Elon. I follow a guy called Thunderfoot online, where foot is F00T, not OOT. So Thunderfoot, all one word, but the O's are zeros. And he's dissected Elon over the years. He got a little bit hung up on it. He got a little bit, there's another cop car, look, 2.5 an hour, quarter of an hour. He got a little bit, you might say obsessive. What was the other? So the other one was the drilling under Las Vegas, wasn't it? Is that another one? The drilling under Las Vegas, the boring company. He was going to do, it is another one, look. That's 3 in 15 minutes. The boring company. He was going to dig tunnels 10 times better and 10 times faster than anyone else. Do you know how he did it? He dug tunnels that were 1/10 of the bore, 1/10 of the size. And it was all supposed to be automated and this, that, and in the end, you have to get in, you basically pay for a taxi and you get someone else to drive you through. And all the cars are fitted out like bumper cars because the tunnel's too small and everyone keeps hitting the sides. And all of this is to save like 1/2 a mile of Las Vegas. Instead of going over ground, you go down a thing and come up a thing, and what's the other one? The vacuum tube thing. I can't remember what that one's called. Hyperloop. I got that. Hyperloop. If you build a metal tube in America where people fire guns at things just for the fuck of it, if you have a vacuum tube and someone pierces that vacuum, you're going to have explosive, it's not explosive decompression, explosive compression. Anything in that tube is going to get crushed by a sudden influx of air. And maybe, you know, like when a dam breaks, little cracks and the pressure forces bigger cracks and bigger cracks before the whole thing collapses. You could have kind of explosive. So Hyperloop went nowhere. It was a nice idea, but engineers looked at it and straight away just said, no. All these things, overpromise, under. He's like, oh, it'll be radical. Oh, it's like the fourth method of transport. We have, what was it? We have walking, driving, sailing, and airplanes. So this was like going to be the next, like the fifth or the. This was a whole new era of transport. No, it's gone nowhere. And he managed to persuade other companies and other countries to invest millions stroke billions into trying it, when anybody who knows anything about engineering would just say no. Scrolling. Is he a businessman or eccentric genius? Surely can't be both. I question whether he's a genius, some of the decisions he's made. Here's one. Did he buy Twitter to make money, as a businessman would? Or did he buy it to create a more balanced free speech platform out of something that had been very heavily left dominated? I think his intention was to buy it and make money. And that had been a major flop. But other people are spinning it as Elon gave us back free speech. And to a degree, there's a point. But what kind of businessman would pay hundreds of millions to do that? Was it hundreds of millions or was it billions? Because the guy is now the world's first trillionaire. Although he labelled himself the other day as former trillionaire. So I assume some investment or other has come down in value and brought him back below the trillion line. I don't know, I didn't hear a news headline about that. I just saw him label himself former trillionaire on Twitter. I don't know. Maybe he spent some of it. Maybe in the world we live in today, we need a showman to brighten things up. If you've got like 1 trillion, if you've got 1,000 billion, is that 1,000,000 million? It is, isn't it? It's that many zeros, yeah? Million. You can afford to piss the odd 100 million up against the wall, yeah? I guess. But you should do it deliberately, not accidentally. But what gets me is the over-promising and under-delivering. When he takes $10,000 deposits from people for a certain car, and that car never materializes. Years and years later, I can't remember what the name of it was, but he's got one still where he's taken the deposits from, I think he's taken thousands of dollars from millions of people, something like that. And that car's probably never going to exist. Is that a showman? Is that a P.T. Barnum? I mean, it aligns with, there's a, what was it, a fool born every minute? It's not exactly showmanship though, no? Was that Barnum's quote? I think that was a Barnum quote. Is he a showman? When he dabbled with politics and got involved with Trump, There was some cringy stuff around that. I didn't disagree with everything he said, but he stepped into an arena that I don't think he was built for. Then again, the left, the side of peace and harmony, and they start throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails at Tesla cars. Those are the inclusionary people. Politics again, I'm not really going to go. Sucker born every... Is it? There's a sucker born every minute. I'm not sure about that. It's not mug. There's a sucker born every minute. It could be, yeah, that would be an Americanism, wouldn't it? That could be, you could be right on that one. I'll give you that. Who else is here? I've got Atari talking with me. We seem to have had a night where one person dominates for half an hour and everyone else steps away. The last other person was Mr. Russell Berry saying hi. Hi, everyone. Zap Sparky was leaving, and Gary hasn't said anything since 2:08 my time. That's an hour ago, more or less. Okay, folks, we're after 5 hours. I got 11 of you here, still surprises me. I still only see 16 on the ticker for the thumbs up, though. 20 would be nice. Hint, hint. It's not compulsory. If I'm going to carry on, I need 3 things. I'm going to have to pause the... not pause. I'm going to have to mute the microphone. I'm going to need a slash. I've been at this 5 hours and I haven't been to the loo yet. 5 hours without the loo while drinking is... I haven't drunk that much, but you know, it's still an achievement. I'm going to mute the microphone, get a piss, grab another can of beer. This one's got a little bit left, but while I'm up and on my feet, I might as well grab the next one. So that's 2. And the third one is I want more thumbs ups, folks. Hit that like button. I will be back in about 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Stay. I see 11 of you here now. I still want to see 11, but I do want to see something closer to 20 on the thumbs ups, if you haven't already. Go. Oh, look at that. We gained 2 thumbs ups and we lost 2 audience members. Oh, I shouldn't open that yet. I've still got this one to finish. Oh, the temperature difference is quite astounding. Okay, folks. What are we going to talk about next? Talk to a tramp. That's the tagline, isn't it? That's my usual. It's one of my usual advertising kind of taglines. Talk to a tramp. You know you want to. We got lurkers out there. I keep asking you to do roll call. Who's here? Come and talk. If you don't, we'll end it soon. But I'd rather keep going. I'm going to go top chat, live chat, just in case it's frozen. Oh, Atari's leaving. Good night, mate. Oh, wait. A couple of minutes ago. Good night, all. I'm off. It is getting late. It is 3 my time, 2 UK, I'm guessing. Let me just clarify. Yeah, that's correct. 2 UK. US, I would hazard a guess. 10 on the East Coast. 9 Central. That's my guess. I could be off by an hour. I'm often off by 1 when I do those calculations. It's not always easy. I used to relate time zones differences to the UK, and now I'm one hour ahead of the UK. Makes it awkward. Oh, and not everywhere in America does the summertime thing nowadays. That's going to get more complicated as the years go by. More and more places are opting out, but do they stick with summertime as their permanent time, or do they stick with kind of the winter time, the normal time? Different places are making different decisions, and it's all becoming a bit of a hodgepodge. You could end up with like states in America that are technically within the same time zone on different times. One chooses to freeze the time at summertime, one chooses to freeze the time at the regular time. I don't know how to say it. Standard time. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? How do you categorize that then? Suddenly time zones won't be related to, is that longitude? Suddenly they'll just be, you'll just align and you'll name a certain time period and places. You could have places in 2 separate time zones on the same time. Let's have a think how this works. If you're further east, but you choose to freeze your time at the non-summer time, and someone 1 hour west chooses to freeze their time at summertime, states alongside each other in different time zones could have the same time. It's going to be a fucking mess. Businesses won't be able to operate at 9 o'clock in the morning because the people they're ringing, it might only be 8 o'clock. They might not be there. Conversely, someone wanting to ring someone at 4:30 in the afternoon, it might be after 5, and the other party's not going to be there. It's going to be a mess, isn't it? Wasn't it? Didn't it? Is that just me? That could just be me pontificating. How did I get here? Time zones. I'm just talking about me and what time it's in Spain, and then what time it was in the UK, and what time it was in America. Yeah, okay. I just went off on one. It happens, folks. It happens. It's a tramp in a field. What do you expect? Hey? I was about to say I'm not exactly good. It's tramping a field. It's not exactly going to be quantum physics that we talk about, but I can talk about that as well sometimes. But the last time I did, somebody came along and talked about something I didn't know anything about. So I hesitate on that topic now. She mentioned a variable, no, not a variable, a constant that I didn't know about. Can't remember what it was now, but I kind of got shown up a bit from a lack of knowledge. I've only shown up a little bit by someone who knew a lot. Tramping a field though, folks, as I've said in the past, my knowledge is broad, but not deep. And I would advise anybody in education to not do that. Pick 2 or 3 topics and go deep. Whether those topics, if you've got like 2 or 3 closely related topics and you go deep, that's probably easier. But don't do what I did. Don't go broad but shallow. There's no call for it. Who needs you? Your knowledge doesn't go anywhere. You learn one topic and become one of the best in the world at it, you'll always have work. Learn 2 or 3 topics and go quite deep, there'll be a call for you. Learn a little bit about everything. Well, lots of people know a little bit about those things you know about. Who needs you? Don't do that. Go deep. Oh, I thought I'd scroll as if there might have been more messages. Okay, folks, we're probably going to end it on 5.5 hours in about 13 minutes time. If there's no chat, there's no, there's nothing to continue with. I feel like I've wasted time opening my next beer. I've just opened this. I thought we were going to carry on for a little while, maybe get to 6 hours. But you've all gone silent on me. I got voices across the field and then there was some banging. Don't know. For anyone who doesn't know, I know there's only 9 of you out there. Sorry, I've got my hand in the way of the light, blocking the light, and then I put my hand across the camera because I'm an amateur at this shit. For anyone who doesn't know, literally, I don't know if you can see this, literally a tramp in a field. Some of the detritus around here is mine. Chairs, clothes areas or dryers, clothes made, what we're going to call it. Over here we've got a brolly, an umbrella and some lights. But it is, look, there's grass. It's about, what would you say, 3 foot tall, maybe 4 foot tall in places. It's not exactly grass, it's a bush. Over there some trees that are now falling over. You can't really, the light doesn't really get there. But yeah, I am out in a field. There's my tent over there. The roof's gone. Here's my solar panels, they're not working. But over here, sleeping kind of peacefully. She must be tired today, I don't know why. She's been very calm and relaxed tonight. Here's a Tina doggy darling, with her back to me, but clearly in love with me anyway. Clearly. Hey baby. No, she's not even... She's not stirring at all. Let me check that she's breathing. Oh yeah, there's twitching of the legs. That's better than breathing. Little twitches. Hey babe, can I go? Daddy loves his girl. Alright, leave her alone. She doesn't like having the she doesn't like having the light on at the best of times. Let's have a look. Phone is on 51%. I will plug it back in if I can find the end of the cable again. It's at this side. You are propped up on drinking chocolate container. That's where my phone stand is at present. I've only got one of my two lights working. It's getting a little dark again. This one, I don't think it's charging. There's full. Whoa. Okay, that's not. There's middle. Were we on low before? I don't know if we were on low. This feels brighter. Like I said, I did accidentally leave my two. I've got two of these lanterns, thanks to my friend Karen. The top is a solar charging panel, although it's wet. It's wet through. Very wet out here, folks. Very damp. But I left them facing east for the morning sun. I didn't remember to adjust them, and we wasted a day's charging. But fortunately, one of them takes power from a cable still, from a USB cable. The other one doesn't. Oh gosh, what would you say? If any of you are preppers, if any of you have electric powered devices, oh, this is USB powered, this is solar, I can do this, I can do that. No, you can't. Not long term. I've been living in this field now 3.5 years, over 3.5 years in this field. And I've gone through so many cables, so many devices, so many things that take a USB cable that suddenly stop taking a USB cable. If you don't have the means to repair a USB port when it stops accepting the cable or stops charging from the cable, you need more of those devices than you think you do. Things happen. I'm being polite when I say things. You know, there is a phrase that doesn't say things. Stuff happens. Things stop working. Things stop charging. USB ports are flimsy as hell. USB cables more so. You're gonna need many multiples of cable more than you think you need. Best get a reel of USB cable, a set of crimpers, and the what do you want to call them? The adapters, the plugs, the things that go on the end, and learn how to do it yourself. Have a big roll. It's cheaper than just buying 100 cables. Buy a big long cable. It's also more flexible. If you suddenly need a 4.5 meter cable, or you know, you make one from your big roll. That would be my advice. That would be, if I was like setting up, I'm not talking about doomsday prepping. I'm just talking about what you would do if you're planning for like a 6-month power outage. Something like that. Because if you buy a bunch of cables in a Chino Bazaar or a pound shop or random cables from Amazon, you got no idea what's going to last. What's going to last how long? Hola, buenas. You got no idea how long those cables are going to last, or those the ends, the connectors, or the port you're plugging them in. They got alongside my tent and then stopped. They carried on again now. It's always awkward. It's suspicious. When someone walks past it, my door on the other side's open still. My roof's open. The door this side's open. I haven't been closing the doors. There's no point. What's the point of closing the doors when the roof's open? Any flies or what, moths or something that see the light and want to come in, they're going to come in. Tents, there's another thing. If part of your idea of prepping for like SHTF, for when the world falls to shit, if part of your prepping involves, hey, I've got a tent, I'll be fine. No, you won't. I assure you, you won't. I've gone through a tent. Some of my tents lasted less than 9 months. This one's my longest running tent. It is on about 15 or 16, possibly 17 months. But the roof just blew off last week. And that's after I've spent most of the year putting tarpaulins over the top to keep the sun off it. Shit ain't gonna last. Everything that you think that you've got, it's the old adage, isn't it? 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Basically, 2 is none. If you've got 2 or something, you're just a couple of hops away from having none. You need many multiples. Anyway, this isn't a prepper channel, so but I am kind of prepper adjacent, as you UK Urban Prepper points out. He says that I'm kind of living the prepper life. I'm not. A prepper would be self-sufficient. I'm a charity case looking for donations, whether in cash, via the PayPal link. I'm doing that because for me it's there. For you it's down at the bottom of chat somewhere down there. I'm prepper adjacent in that I'm living off grid. Solar power, solar panels, eco flows, phones and tablets. Although I went and smashed my tablet last week, didn't I? It's still working, but it has got this spider web or bullet hole fracture pattern across the screen. Another good drop and it will all shatter and fall apart, or at least stop becoming conductive. Solar powered lights, battery operated Christmas tree lights where the batteries themselves charge direct from USB. So prepper, not really, but prepper adjacent, I would say. I'm not, if I was a proper real prepper, I would be striving to be living independently. I can't do that. What would I have to do? Catch rabbits and pigeons? I mean, theoretically, I know how it's done. Certainly the pigeons is probably easier than the rabbits for me. Put some food down, have a cardboard box propped up on a thing, and have a string or a rope from the thing that's propping it up. Wait till pigeons go in and pull it. You got them. And then you just got to kill them. Dip them in boiling water for a minute or two. Then the feathers all come out really easily, apparently, allegedly. And you got to gut them. And then you got to trim them, knock off the legs and the heads and whatever. Get the what do you call that thing with the stones that they use for chewing? The wishbone, get all that out and get it all prepped. Is the BBC another branch of the CIA? Love you, DM. That's a little bit gay, Robert. I love you too, my friend. Is the BBC another branch of the CIA? It's a branch of a leftist woke agenda. Have I ever told you my suspicion about woke? I think it's aliens. I think there's a genuine possibility. If you wanted to take over Earth, if you could make men and women not like each other, so breeding stops happening. Japanese men sit at home and just wank all day to hentai. That's a word I couldn't remember the other week when we were talking about manga and anime. The porno version of anime is hentai. Japanese men sit at home and jerk it. They don't really have anything to do with women. European men or European people are turning more towards anime and manga, which is an obvious pipeline to hentai, however you want to pronounce it. The proliferation of porn websites, X videos and Pornhub and similar. I'm not going to list all the ones I know because that will say too much about myself. I'm a bloke. I do like looking at naked women. Get over it. The woke liberal agenda, green-haired or pink-haired women with nose rings and I don't need no man. What's that called? Hypergamy. Dating apps have brought about this thing where all the women are chasing, like 80% of the women are chasing the top 10% of men. And these men that have got a choice of 80% of the women, every now and again, no one else is available, so they'll go for a shag with something from, if you're going to be crude and you're going to label people as 10s, this woman's a, Bo Derek or whatever, she's a 10, and men 10s down to 1. It's a mathematical thing. It's a simplification. It's a bit crude. It's a little bit ick. But people do it. But if the guy who's a 10 can't get another 10 that night and can't get an 8 and can't get a 7, if no one's available, he'll chase a 5. Normally she'd have no chance of getting a 10. But he just wants to shag that night. It's that whole, hey, are you up? It's that whole... Most men are sat there getting none from dating apps. They're not getting any... I don't know which way you swipe. I don't do dating apps. Do you swipe left or right for someone that you like? I don't know. And what does swipe right mean? You move from left to right? Or do you move from right to left? I know nothing. Don't do dating apps. I haven't done dating apps. Tramping a field. Who's going to want me? But anyway, no. If you remember the Invaders TV program from the 60s, they used to have these mad, crazy schemes. But if you take a longer term view, if you can persuade the human race to stop mating, make everybody be either gay or trans, make men sit at home jerking it to porn, reduce the birth rate massively. $100 years, 200 years from now, we'll be ripe for being taken over. So is it an alien plot? Is it a Chinese plot? Is it an East versus West thing? This is another possibility, especially with the I was just talking about the Invaders TV series, but the current invaders that will say outright, some of them will say outright, we're coming here, we're going to outbreed you, and 50 years from now there's going to be more of us than you, and then we're going to vote to have Sharia law, or whichever flavour of Muslim they are. Is it an East versus West thing? I still think aliens is a possibility. It's a little bit of an out there wild idea that's not supported by any real evidence other than the fact it's happening, and if I was an alien, that's how I'd do it. Wouldn't you? Get the current Earth infestation to stop breeding. Like we do when we want to get rid of killer mosquitoes. We take a bunch of mosquitoes and we breed some infertile ones. And then you release the infertile ones. And then the breeding amongst the main crowd kind of slows or stalls. If half the planet sat at home jerking it to hentai, or Pornhub or whatever, then they're not reproducing for real. The breakdown of the family and of marriage, the lowering of the birth rate in general, it all, to me, it all fits a plan. It all seems planned. We can argue about who. I got this wild and wacky, kind of a half stupid idea that it's aliens. But if it was aliens, that's how I'd do it. What about you? I don't know. No, so is the BBC another branch of the CIA? I love the way that they always manage to try and make out that the BBC is right-wing. That's what the left-wing say. But they would, wouldn't they? But show me the content that lines with right-wing. Show me how right-wing Gary Lineker is. Because I don't see it. Show me how right-wing most of TV production, journalism, Hollywood, show me how right-wing they are. Because I'm not seeing it. I don't believe that half of them are intelligent enough to hold the opinions they hold. They're telling you other people's opinions. They're trying to fit in. Somebody gets announced as the new Doctor Who companion. Oh, it's great to have a platform to profess my view. No, you haven't got a platform. Get on the stage and fucking act. Shut up and act. Don't want to hear your fucking views. You're an actor. Get on the stage and fucking act. End of. No space for any more, no need for any more. Okay, it's TV, it's not a stage, but it's a sound stage, it's on set. You get the idea. Just fucking act and shut up. This is not a platform for you to profess your women's lib, your trans ideology, your religion. It's not a platform. It's a stage. Here's a script with some words. Go say the fucking words. Say them well and we'll keep you. Don't say them well enough, we'll get rid of you. I admire the actors who stand up and say, I'm not here for that, when they're asked a politics question. The ones who say, I'm not here for that, that's not my bag, I don't know anything about that, I'm an actor, I'm a extra on Doctor Who, or I'm a, you know, I'm a whatever. Tell me whether you like the film or not. That's all I want to hear. So yeah, Robert, is the BBC a branch of the CIA? I think a lot of things, DEI, and now this is getting political again, and I apologise folks, but it does appear that a lot of things that are DEI and trans and gay and pride and what's the other bunch? The men who just dress as women and then go to the library and read books to kids. A lot of this is funded through third parties, kind of fourth parties really. Was it USAID? Well, USAID makes it sound like it's an aid agency. Was it USAID? If you look at what the letters stand for, it's not really aid. But they give donations to charities who then dole out donations to... So the US government can claim no, oh, we weren't involved. We gave money to this group because they said they fund this type of stuff. The fact that some of the money went to this other stuff, an awful lot of money went in those kind of directions through a chain of third parties, with leaving them with plausible deniability. Oh no, we were funding women's rights, women's lib, we were trying to fund court. Oh, but some of the money went in this direction. And the people along the chain will say, well, it was a stated aim of our charity that we do this and this and that. You gave us money, kind of carte blanche, and it went to this, this and this. Look at where USAID, look at where their money was going, and look how the moment they were kind of shut down or their budget restricted or whatever it was that happened, look how a lot of these other bodies, so-called journalists, certain magazines, games magazines, computer gaming magazines, started laying off people because suddenly they didn't have the funding. So when games were coming out that were really, really woke, really, really DEI, normally they'd be all over it, and suddenly, oh, we haven't got the funding. I've gone off on one. I've even gone off on a stupid one because aliens. I cannot rule out the possibility. If it was a planned alien invasion 100 or 200 years from now, it's exactly how I would do it. Obviously, I've got no evidence there are actual aliens. It could be a Chinese thing, it could be a Pakistani or Eastern European thing, could just be a Muslim thing in general. Could it be the Jews? I mean, it could be, I just don't see how or why. I don't see the motivation. But I know they always get thrown up in any conspiracy, so I have to at least acknowledge the possibility. I don't see that one though. I don't see that. So yeah, the BBC. The BBC were fully on board. Axel, fucking, what's he called? Rubicabana? Well, they were fully on board with Welsh Choir Boy, weren't they? Fucking black of the ace of spades with the most ridiculous afro ever. A name that no one's ever fucking heard of before. Rubicabana. There was no Rubicabanas in my school. Welsh Choir Boy. No, it's British. They didn't say white British on this equation, but this occasion. But they were quick to run out with British. Shut up about Muslim. He's not. This is not Islamic terrorism. This guy's British. Welsh Choir Boy. Yeah. Look at a picture of Alan Jones. and then look at a picture. Alex Jones is like a 15 or 20-year-old or whatever. Then look at a picture of fucking Kumbayana or whatever his name is. Axel Rubacabana, whatever his fucking name is. I'm not even... It's not racism to say I just don't know that name. It's not Smith. If you said Smith or Jones or, you know, Die Steam or Ivor the Engine, I would have known it and would probably have recognised it as probably Welsh. But Axel Rubacabana, maybe. It's not, doesn't spring to mind as a Welsh name. Kathy Jones, she's Welsh. Allard Jones, he's Welsh. Everybody Jones, they're all Welsh. Almost. Guy Station and Ivor the Engine, they were Welsh. Even Idris the Dragon was Welsh. Ruda Cabana, not so much. But the BBC were fully on board with suppressing the British outrage at 3 young girls getting killed in, was it Southport? Southport, not Stockport. I don't know. BBC were on board with it, and so many stories since. So I don't know if it's a branch of the CIA, but it seems to be flavoured by a certain almost obvious left-wing bias. But obviously the left-wing like to protest that the BBC is right-wing. And I don't see the examples. I don't see where it comes from. Okay, folks, I've been rambling on. I was supposed to end on 5.5. I've rabbited on. Thank you, Robert, for the question. You waited right till I was about to end. And I prattled on for a good 15, 16, 17 minutes. I'm going to call it quits very soon, folks. Get in here with your last messages or questions or whatever if you want to try and tempt me into another rant. Apologies. I don't want to do politics much. Happy to touch on it. Don't want to dive into it. If I take like a, I am this side or I am that side. Reconnecting. You are live. I was just saying, I don't really want to delve into politics too much because if I take a hard and a fast, I am left or I am right, I lose half the audience. And there's a tramp who lives in a field who's looking to get donations from everybody, anybody. To lose half an audience is to halve my potential donations. But I will express opinions, I will say words. Sometimes I'll say all the words, including the ones you're not supposed to say. I'll express a controversial opinion every now and again. I just did. Aliens, folks. Aliens are behind it. Now, are they illegal aliens or are they extraterrestrial aliens? I'll leave it to you to decide. But if you were an alien planning to take over Earth soon, like in the next 200 or 300 years, wouldn't you bring about declining birth rates? Certainly in the developed West. If you look at what happened in Africa, countries that were, we'll use the word colonial or colonized, English dominated Africa. Your Rhodesia stroke Zimbabwe, your South Africa, Nigeria, maybe, and some of the others. You look at where they were when we were there, and you look at how they are now that we're not. Did any of them progress? You could say the same about India, Pakistan, and probably Bangladesh, yeah. Are any of these places better off without us than they were with us? I'd struggle to confirm that there is one that's better off. And so again, if you were an alien looking to take over, get the Western European based economies, the white Anglo-Saxon Europeans. I'll kind of include America in that, although definitions will vary. Lower birth rate and overrun by other races who have a history of not doing so well prosperity-wise, economically, health and welfare of their people. So step one, lower birth rate. Step two, have them overrun by less capable races, individuals, countries, whatever you want to go with, religions, whatever terminology, whatever wordage, verbiage you want to use. It's the same whether it's aliens or whether it's China or whether it's India or whether it's whoever. Somebody's pulling strings, and for some reason our own governments across the whole of Europe and to some extent America have gone along with it historically. You've got to examine the hows and the whys. How did we get there? Why did we get there? But then you've got to start asking, what do we do about it? And less and less, I see fewer and fewer options other than some kind of major uprising. Now, whether it's a short-term uprising, like a Kristallnacht, I'm not talking about the Jews, I'm using that as an example of the people rising up against an out-group before they get too big for the boots. So whether it's a short-term, instantaneous, send a message, or whether it's more of a civil war, us against them, and their fifth columnist supporters within us. It won't just be us against them, it'll be us against them and their supporters. And yet you've got the famous incident where a bunch of Muslims were protesting, stroke praying, stroke borderline rioting. And you had a bunch of gays from the left, we're on your side, we're on your side. No, you're fucking not, says Abdul. No, you're fucking not. That was on the BBC, I think. But they tried to spin it like it was a rarity, it was an isolated incident. And yet everybody knows Muslims and gays will not coexist. As soon as the Muslims have got any semblance of power, that shit goes right out. I was going to say goes out the window. It gets thrown off the roof. It doesn't. I mean, defenestration is a thing. To project a person out of a window, to propel a person out of a window. Does the window have to be closed at the time for it to be defenestration? Or can you open the window first to save on property damage? I don't know. I'm not sure of the specifics. Has it ever been clearly defined? We're on your side, we're on your side. No, you fucking not. The radical left are just a bunch of useful idiots to Islam. in effect, Islam is the most conservative of, they're the most right wing of parties, of groups. The law was frozen in 700 BC, not BC, AD, 700 or thereabouts, whenever Muhammad was shagging a 7-year-old or marrying a 7-year-old or whatever he was doing. I'm not a big one on Islam and the actual text of the Quran. But these are words I hear thrown about. Whether she was 7 or 13 or whatever, it would all be considered unacceptable nowadays. I know that in Europe, in even Shakespeare's time, what, 1600? Plus or minus 50 years? Plus or minus probably 30. The idea of 14 or 15-year-olds marrying wasn't totally unacceptable. So you draw a line, you got to look back and put in context of history. How old Romeo and Juliet famously? Both under 16, yeah, I think. To a lot of Americans, the fact that half of Europe has the age of consent at 16 is anathema. You have to put things into geographical and periodic into time context. But can Islam coexist with trans rights, homosexuals, transvestitism? I don't think so. I've gone off on one though, folks. I've gone off on one. I'm supposed to be drawing it to a close. I'm ending this. I have gone, okay, I've got about 3.5 minutes until we're on the 6-hour mark. I will aim to go a couple of minutes over because we've had a couple of disconnects. I do like to, if I'm going to aim for 6 hours, I like to hit 6 hours. So we'll do another 5 minutes or so. I will try not to get too political. I just did. Apologies to anybody offended. But these are my views. I state my views. I use my words. Sometimes I use all the words. I don't hide from the words. Gonna. Invaders. Was that the last comment about the BBC and CIA? Yeah, I'm not sure about being CIA. There are arms of the BBC that I believe took charity funding from USAID, possibly kind of, I was going to say vicariously, that's not the word I'm looking for, at a distance. USAID funded this charity, passed some money to that charity, and then said, oh, you want to do that? Here's some money to help you, I don't know, publish gay times in Urdu or something. I don't know. I'd pull an example out my ass. Bad example. But charity funds, sub-charity funds, sub-charity funds some arm of the BBC to help do this, that or the other. Why the BBC is looking for charitable grants, or I don't know, but they were. This is an indisputable fact. And lots of other things. Like I said, gamers, gaming magazines, games journalists. The number of games magazines that had to sack half their workforce or close down when USAID stopped providing money. Coincidence? I do believe in coincidence, it is a thing, but sometimes it stretches credulity. It's a good word, credulity. I still had the idea of setting a camera up just to look at the sky, because we're supposed to be in the Perseids meteor shower at the minute, aren't we? then I wouldn't have had these big bright lights in my face. Because the street lights are quite subdued tonight. It's like some are missing. Yeah, some are missing over there. So we would have had a better than normal view of the sky. Whether the camera on the phone would have picked them up or not, I don't know. Here we go, folks. We're coming up on, we're 10 seconds away from exactly 6 hours. We will go 2 or 3 minutes over, just to make sure that I do catch the 6 hour mark. Final comments. Oh, Josie. Only saying bye before going to bed. Okay, hello, goodbye. And thank you, Josie, for earlier this week. Cheers. And this is one of your beers still. So thank you. Folks, say thank you to Josie and Peter for me. What can I say? I think it was 2 bags of food, 2 crates of beer, a load of water. I'm not sure exactly how much water it was. I think there was 6 or 7. I don't know if there's 6 litre or 8 litre bottles. And a note in my pocket. Dinero. Gracias. Gracias, amigos. Muchas gracias. But yeah, I am ending it in about another couple of minutes. At which point, what am I going to do? I usually like to unwind by sitting here for half an hour and just watching a YouTube video. But I've been on so long, it's 6 hours. I think I need to walk my doggy if she hasn't already. She has moved around a bit, so I'm assuming she's not done something and is laying in it. I will probably take her for a quick walk as soon as we finish. Maybe I'll put her in the doorway over there. I'll come here and just watch quarter of an hour, half an hour of a video. I might even put a t-shirt on, folks. It is just that. Isn't this ridiculous? Let me tell you what the temperature is. Last time I looked, it was 27. I'm now feeling cold. Get this. It's probably still 25. It still says 27. That can't be right. Update, you bugger. It's still 27. At 4 o'clock in the morning, 4:02 on a Saturday morning, 27 degrees still. 27 feels like 30, and I feel cold. How gay is that? It's not gay, but it's a bit wimpy, isn't it? Probably shouldn't associate gay and wimpy like that, but historically, gays were a little bit whoopsie, a little bit John Inman, a little bit Liberace. I know they're not all, and I know that I know ones that aren't, but, you know, law of averages. They are a bit whoopsie overall, a little bit effeminate. But so am I, because I'm putting a t-shirt, and it's a pink t-shirt as well, because, you know, just to make the point, a little bit gay, putting a t-shirt on when it's 27 degrees feels like 30. It is moist. I mean, there's the other thing. We have got the dew point. Things are wet. Well, at least damp here. Top of my fridge is positively fucking wet through. But yeah, what do you do, folks? Oh, we're on 19 thumbs ups. Can we get one more? It's always my aim to hit 20. I'm going to end it like real soon. I would just like to see 20 on the thumbs ups. Come on, you can do it. There's one of you out there that hasn't hit that button yet. I've just done a 6-hour live stream for you. Not a single donation. I haven't made a penny. I get nothing from Google or YouTube. I get nothing from them. I get nothing from the UK government, the Spanish government, the Alicante government, the Torrevieja government or council. I get nothing from nobody except for the PayPal donations. Whinge. Only if you've got it, only if you can spare it, and only if you want to. Don't be pressured by me. I'm just a dick in a field. But 20 thumbs up would be nice. I'm one short, and we're coming up on 6:05. I'm going to call it quits, folks, right about now. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave you in the manner to which I've become accustomed. If somebody who hasn't hit the thumbs up could do so shortly, that would be nice. But I'm gonna reverse the camera. I'm gonna put the light on, and I'm gonna show you. Hey Tina, I see that you're awake and moving. Here's a Tina girl with her back to me for some inexplicable reason. We started off with the water bowl here, and Tina right next to it, and she's just worked her way under the umbrella, under the brolly, what's the word? Sombrilla. Parasol in English. Sorry, I forget my words. English is getting more difficult. And Spanish isn't getting any easier. Here's my Tina though. Hey babe, talk to the peoples. Auntie Josie was just on. Oh, she's gone back to sleep, look. She's asleep. Okay folks, we got over 6 hours and 5 minutes. I cleared the margin of error I was looking for. Oh, I was supposed to do it like this. Watch, let me go back and just do it properly. Here we go. This is the outro, folks. If you haven't hit the thumbs up yet, you've got about 5 seconds. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. I missed the button. And from me, Delta Mike. I fucked it, didn't I? Out. Catch you later, folks. Tomorrow night, probably.